20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the Burgh. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one, half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package. 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection? More color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package. 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to more.
Please stay.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place on June 5th and 6th at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. You can donate now at 937thefan.com to help support local volunteer fire departments in our area. It's brought to you by Cintas, True Green, Don's Appliances, and Hampton Beer Outlet. Austin Bexhold with you on the Bob Pompiani Show, filling in for Bob. Hope you are having a good Saturday. Joel Nelson producing Behind the Glass. Want to make sure I pay off the tease to what Ryan Clark had to say on First Take about Mike Tomlin and why, well, he should just get up and leave.
And I say this, and people get mad at me. I believe that Mike Tomlin is unfireable. I believe if Mike Tomlin steps away from being the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, that should be his decision. And I've said time and time again, I do believe that should be the decision he makes. I believe Mike Tomlin should coach in another organization. Mike Tomlin should be a fresh voice somewhere else, because I believe, as great as a coach he is, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, I believe his voice has run stale there. I believe he's allowed that team to reach the highest of heights they're going to reach unless they can get a top-tier quarterback.
So I'm trying to decipher what you're saying.
He needs to go have his Andy Reid Kansas City run.
I think Ryan Clark hit it right, not right, the nail right on the head, right? I mean, I think a lot of us think that, you know, Mike Tomlin is a good coach. He is. But sometimes the messaging, it dries up. And I feel like that is something of what's happened for the Steelers late in the year. Sure, they're playing really good teams like they did last year, late in the season, but they're not unleashing hell in December. They're falling apart. They're limping into the playoffs. They're getting outscored 73-0 in the first quarter of the playoffs. They're not very competitive in playoff games. They've not had the quarterback to be able to win them playoff games since what? Ben in 2016, 2017, those runs? Like, I mean, 27, they lost a shootout to Jacksonville. They have not been able to consistently put together good enough rosters to the point where things have gotten stale and they've gotten flat and they've been the same thing kind of over and over again. And look, I'm not saying that, look, Mike Tomlin's not going anywhere right now. He's just not right now. Maybe a little bit later on in the year, if things completely go off the rails and at the very end of 2025 this season, maybe something changes and Mike Tomlin just says, look, I've had enough. I'm going to go do broadcasting, or I want to go be the coach somewhere else. Like what job eventually comes open? Who knows? But if Mike Tomlin ends up opting to do that, that's the only way where I can see him on his own volition wanting to leave. But clearly Tomlin doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to go. He loves what he does. And I don't think Art Rooney is going to force him out. Omar Khan is not going to force him out. Andy Weidel will not force him out. You know, Mike Tomlin has more security than Bill Belichick, who won 6 Super Bowls in New England. That should not be the case. That should not be the case. Belichick winning Super Bowls in how many different decades did he win one? Like, the fact that they had a dynasty that spanned basically, 2 10-year runs. So impressive in their own right. Tomlin's first 10 years were good. Really solid. Winning playoff games. The last 8 have been an atrocity in terms of what the Steelers standard is. And for Dan Orlovsky to go on ESPN and say that the Steelers could start 0-6 with Mason Rudolph as their quarterback? What?
Wait a second. Look at that start of the schedule for the Steelers and imagine that Mason Rudolph is the quarterback.
Yeah, and you know,
feel like with what he's got around him, they would still do well there?
No. I think you're staring at 0-6 in the face.
I'm sorry. That is just completely out of hand. That is wild to think. Look, I'm not somebody that thinks that the Steelers are going to compete for a Super Bowl this year. If they have Aaron Rodgers, I think they can win a playoff game. The Jets in New York, followed by Seattle at home, DK Metcalf revenge game. Sam Darnold is still trying to get his feet under him. New England, who was very bad last year, top 5-6 pick. They do have a new coach in Vrabel. I think Vrabel is going to make a big difference there. Drake May will take a step. I think they probably lose that game in New England, but it's not a definite. The Vikings in Ireland, what that game means to the Roonies. The Vikings with J.J. McCarthy, rookie quarterback. That is a winnable game. Yes, they have a very good roster, but rookie quarterback, they can win that game. Even with Mason, I think they can win it. And then Cleveland coming off of a bye, starting 0-6. That would include the Cleveland Browns, the lowly Cleveland Browns. With Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders walking into the building. I think the Steelers will split with the Browns. I can see them losing that game. But you're telling me that you really think they're going to lose to the Jets, Seattle, New England, Minnesota, the Browns, the Bengals, and then, they can start 0-6, and then Green Bay comes to town, and they just whoop them at home in prime time. Steelers have been good in Sunday night games. They've been much better in Monday night games. They haven't lost a Monday night game in their last 18, 19 Monday Night Football games or whatever? The stat is, it's an oddity how good they are in Monday night. I love it. How good they are in Monday Night Football games, because if it's at home, at Acrisure, Heinz Field, whatever, in the history of the Steelers over the last 20-plus years, they're really, really good at home on Monday night. And they've played very well on the road on Monday night as well. That game is later on, Monday Night Football, that they will play against the Dolphins in Week 15. Now, starting 0-6, you can criticize the Steelers for a lot of different things and say they need to change. They're not going to go 0-6. Like, I would not be surprised if they have a losing record this year. 0-6? Come on. Here's our guy, Rob in West Mifflin. What up, Rob? How are you?
What's going on with you, man? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty well, Rob, but I'm better because I'm talking to you.
Hey, I wanted to say something about the Pirates, man. How sad it is, man, that we watching all this pitching get wasted like this, man. And it's a travesty, man. You know what I mean? Like I was talking yesterday before the game, and you would think that, I don't know what Bob Nutting and Charrington is looking at when they keep saying, the help has to come from within. Like, we got almost 20-something quality starts out of these guys, man, with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, or what about Jack Sawinski, Henry Davis, Key Brian Hayes, IKF, the guys they're depending on to hit in their lineup. Tommy Pham. Now, but don't worry, Rob. Spencer Horwitz is here to save the day.
Yeah, I don't even know why they think that him and Gonzalez is just going to come here and they're both going to hit 30 bombs and then 115 RBI or something. I don't know what's going on.
I think Gonzalez is a good player, Rob. I do. I think that he's going to be good for them.
Yeah, he's a solid second baseman. I like him. I'm not, knocking him, but you need to see what I think. You should have brought a couple veterans in, first baseman, right fielder, to take some pressure off of Brian Reynolds, man, because he's pressing for real. He seems like he has to do something because he's probably the only one in that lineup getting paid. I mean, like I said, this is all opinion-based. This is my opinion. I think he's pressing a lot because, like I said, he's the only one in that lineup making money. He seems that he has to do something.
Well, let me throw this at you, Rob. Let me throw this back at you because I saw somebody text that in on the text line. And, look, did Brian Reynolds have a lot of protection in last year's lineup or the year before's lineup? And he was still productive? I mean, so what's the main difference? Cruz is the better hitter this year. McCutchen's hitting decently well. The rest of the lineup is not good. But I don't think it's a lot worse protection-wise for Reynolds than it was in previous years.
Yeah, I mean, did Cruz play a whole season yet?
Well, last year coming off the injury, but Cruz right now looks like a budding star for them when healthy. He's missed the last couple of games. I know he came back last night and pinch hit in the ninth.
Yeah, but that's like I said, that's just my opinion, man. We all got different opinions, but that's what I think he's pressing a lot. But I think he'll be all right. But like I said yesterday, when you got a phenom like Paul Skeens, you got to treat it like that rookie quarterback. When you got that rookie quarterback who's good that first year, his second year, what do? They go out and spend because you don't have to pay yet. That's what they should have did. That's what they should be doing because you're not going to have all three of these pitchers healthy at the same time.
No, I mean, only one of them's here in terms of Skeens, Jones, and Chandler. Like, Chandler's not even here yet. Jones isn't going to be healthy until Alex Stump told us probably right after the All-Star break. Like, how many times are you going to get those guys right through the order? You're not going to get it much. And that's why it's just so frustrating that they did nothing in the offseason to improve this offense whatsoever. Spencer Horwitz could be a good hitter, but still, come on.
Yeah, we can't be banking on him. Like, what, he got 115 games under his belt?
He has no power. No power.
Zero. What is it, 12 homers from the first base? But, yeah, that's my point. I mean, I don't know. But the bottom line is people always call in. But the same people that's calling in are running down every week into the games. You got to stop going to those games, man. Let him see it in his pocket. Hopefully he'll sell the team.
Well, here's the thing, Rob, and I appreciate the call. It's not – one thing I don't think people understand is the gate revenue, yeah, that might drop a little bit, but they're still getting all this revenue sharing money. They're still getting all this money that every team gets from whatever it might be, revenue sharing, national TV deals, whatever, that they're still getting, and they're not spending. That's the problem. Like, gate revenue, sure, that might hurt a little bit, but they're getting millions upon millions upon millions from what every team is getting with revenue sharing. And Bob Nightingale said in USA Today, that's a big thing that people are upset about. And he said it with us on Pop and Joe, that they're not spending that money. And even big market teams are getting upset, as Bill Madden was telling us, that they're not spending that type of money. That's the issue. Nick in Sacramento is on the Fan. What's up, Nick?
I can just tell you, man. I love hearing you talk. I love your show. But the whole Dan Orlovsky comment, that guy was like a fourth-string quarterback in NFL. I would love to have you guys get him on the show next week, somehow, some way, with you and your other crew, and just say, hey, if you were the quarterback of the Steelers, I know you said Mason be 0-6. What would you be? 0-16 if you played for the Steelers? I mean, that guy thinks he's the all-American broadcaster because he was brought on. I mean, where is he even coming from with that? It's so alarmingly buffoonish, if that's a word. I don't even know what to tell you.
Yeah, we'll call it a word. I will stand up for Orlovsky a little bit, Nick. I do think that he's done a good job as a broadcaster. I do think that it's a little unfair for people to make the parallel, like, awful player, really, decent broadcaster. Like, even though he was an awful player, I don't want to say awful, but he had some bad moments. He wasn't, he wasn't a franchise quarterback. He wasn't a starting level caliber quarterback. Maybe that was a little bit too extreme, but that he can't be a good broadcaster. Like, some people are good at one thing and not good at the other. But that take, I thought, was just flat out outrageous.
Oh, I know. I don't know. I just get, this whole, I'm just frustrated. I wake up every day and I'm waiting for the news just like everybody else. And even though I'm 3,000 miles away and I grew up there, but this whole pirate thing, and then you have the Aaron Rodgers drama. I mean, this stuff is just getting old, man. And then we got to wait for a Penguins new head coach. It's just, what do we turn it into? I mean, we just got. I don't know. It's just so frustrating. You keep waiting, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys do it every day. You guys keep it coming. You keep bringing it. Your program director's bringing it. I mean, everything. You guys, everything from. I mean, just it's amazing. I don't know what else to say other than. I mean, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, if he doesn't show up, I got faith in this kid Will Howard being something one day. And nothing against Mason. I think Mason can do his job too. So
let me ask you that, Nick. Why do you have faith in Will Howard? Because I think it's a sixth-round guy, somebody who had a really rough regular season, ups and downs before doing really well in the playoffs. And I think that probably helped him a little bit. But still, sixth-round guy. And some people talk as if he's going to be the answer.
For some reason. And it's obviously just what he's putting out there and how he's presenting himself. But I just feel like he's determined to come in there and really turn it up a notch, learn the system, and be one of those guys that's going to come in there and just want to really roll with it. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be a sixth-round Tom Brady. I know people made the interesting comments, Tom Brady Jr. No, I'm not saying it's going to be that. No one knows that. But I think this kid is determination, where he's come from, what he's had to do to get there, always putting business on the back burner. I just think he's going to bring some upside. And I know he's a sixth-round pick, but I don't know. We missed the boat probably on Jackson Dart. We had these other people we could have picked, or and I just think his way, just the way he's presenting himself. And I know that's not on the field performance. We won't know until he plays, but I really just think the way he is really just molded, the way he's driven. I mean, I don't know. That's what I see. Do you think that's going to be any? What's your percentage of that being a play in his success? I mean, I know it's, what do you think?
I just worry about him overall with the traits, Nick, and I appreciate the call. Like, nothing significantly stands out with him that makes me look at him and say, wow, starting caliber guy. His decision-making can be a little inconsistent. He threw a lot of really good passes in the playoffs, though. Like, there were a lot of accurate, on-the-money balls that he was throwing. He can scramble a little bit, but I feel like the traits kind of speak for itself. There's nothing that truly stands out, and that's what kind of worries me. Texter says that I'm being too hard on IKF. Yeah, I think that the texter has a good point there. IKF this season is hitting 276, 1 home run, 8 RBIs, but his OPS is 673. I think IKF is a good major league player, but I would much rather him be a Josh Harrison, bounce around a little bit, not play every day type of player. I think he can thrive in that role, where if you give him too many at-bats, then maybe he gets, a little bit, I don't know if exposed is the right word, but he gets, too many at-bats where pitchers get to see him enough and they get to identify some of his weaknesses and attack some of those weaknesses. So, yes, I will take that back. Maybe I was a little bit too hard on IKF, but I do think that they could improve in that area, and IKF would be a really good player that they could use on a good team to bounce around the diamond a little bit, play some third, play some second, play some short, and be a guy that brings okay speed. He's not Billy Hamilton on the bases, but somebody that can factor in a lot of different spots and add some good depth to this team. 412-928-9370. Joel's pick is coming up next. Joel, would you like to tease ahead to what's going on in the world of Joel's pick?
Well, we saw the Pirates fire Derek Shelton last week. Bud Black for the Rockies was fired on Sunday. There has been another MLB manager fired just today. I'll tell you about it in Joel's pick.
We'll hear about it. Up next, Austin Bechtel filling in for Bob Pompiani. It's the Bob Pompiani Show on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Phillies tonight, 6:05 from Philadelphia. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn is set to begin at 5 o'clock. It's Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler in the pitching matchup. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with TruGreen. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Cintas Fire Protection Services help businesses prepare for fire alarm and suppression systems, sprinklers, and fire extinguisher inspections. Cintas trained technicians, cutting-edge technology, and regular inspections help businesses protect people and property. Visit Cintas.com/fire.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Right here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Check out the first episode of Breaking Bread presented by Saloni's Italian Bread as Hannah Mears sits down for lunch with Malzi. And the two will talk about Hannah's career, life on the road, and much more. Breaking Bread is on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube channel. You can check it out there. Plus, find out who Hannah thinks is the funniest athlete that she has encounters. It's available on the Saloni's Instagram page. Who do you think the funniest athlete that Hannah Mears has encountered, Joel? Who is your guess for that?
I've got no clue.
No guesses?
Because, I mean, she covered Penn State.
Yeah.
The Pirates. I guess whoever the funniest person on the Pirates is.
Paul Saquon Barkley. Paul Alexander joins us. He follows.
Saquon is funny?
I don't know. Saquon seems like a fascinating guy. It would not surprise me if he was
I think
funny.
he's just unbelievably nice.
Yeah.
I don't think he's funny. I mean, I'm not saying he's not funny, but I don't think that's his, distinguishing characteristic is being funny.
Yeah, he's not
I
like
think
John
he's
Mulaney
nice.
out here cracking jokes.
No. I don't know. Marc-Andre Fleury, I don't know if she's done any Penguins. Is she filled in over on that side at all?
I think a couple of times, yeah.
She's maybe encountered the Flower. He's hysterical. Ultimate practical joker.
Remember that commercial that they filmed where he
they just showed that recently.
He faked being Sid, walking in, taking all the sticks, and then walking out in the little flower mobile that he had.
Oh, and hotel room, on the road stuff, like moving furniture complete, like move the entirety of your hotel room and furniture out of the room, stuff like that. They've done that to each other. Taping your entire bag of equipment.
Oh, I've seen those.
You can't even get it. You can't even use it. And you're going to be late for practice or the morning shoot or whatever.
It's like you're unwrapping a present and it takes 20 minutes on Christmas morning.
At least.
Joel, it's your pick. Your pick of the topic. What do you got as we round out the show? And we'll send it over to Paul in a matter of moments.
Well, Derek Shelton was fired not long ago. Same for Bud Black with the Rockies. The Baltimore Orioles at 15-28 have announced the firing of Brandon Hyde.
Another managerial change. And Baltimore has been just such a huge disappointment this year. They won, 100 games a couple of years ago?
And
threat last year.
Great young talent.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they doing?
Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson. I mean, they have talent galore. You can just rattle off names. And their pitching is just not that good.
So, you know how the Pirates did not do a thorough job of investing in good hitters, even though they have good pitching? It's the opposite with the Orioles. They got all these really good core position players. Did not do much with the pitching. I mean, they added Charlie Morton, but he stinks.
He's like 40
they could have done a
years
much
old now.
better job of adding pitching, and it has not paid off.
I thought Charlie Morton was about to retire when he was done with the Braves.
He does say he's going to go, and then people call him and go, no.
He's like Brett Favre. He just can't get enough.
Come on back. No, they come after him. One of the nicest people, and I would just always wonder out loud, if this guy ever develops an edge at all.
Yeah.
Just like he wants to get somebody out. He wants to strike somebody out. If he would develop that, he turned into what he turned into.
Yeah, he'd just be a bulldog.
He made the ball do stuff that no one else was doing in his prime. He had more movement on his pitches than anyone ever.
But when he was with the Pirates, it was up and down, and it didn't seem like they were able to get the best out of him. Where Ray Searage did such a good job with some of those reclamation projects.
Yeah, Liriano and others come to mind.
Charlie
Morton
fell flat.
You know what else happens in that, Austin, is that Charlie Morton decided he wanted to be good. It wasn't.
Yeah.
You always want to put it on. We don't put anything on players anymore. Oh, the Pirates didn't get anything out of them. Well, maybe he didn't push himself. Maybe he didn't try hard enough. Maybe he didn't work hard enough.
That's part of it.
Maybe he didn't care enough. I just think he needed a bit of an edge, and he somehow found it because his stuff was always filthy.
What do you make of the state of the baseball team right now? The lack of offense. They're down. Last year, they averaged 4.1 runs per game. It's at 3.1 right now. That's last in all baseball.
You know what? What? Tell me something. That'll challenge. I have another 4 hours ahead. Tell me something to like about this baseball team. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go into the litany of what's not right. Tell me something aside from Paul Skeens that's making any sense. Donnie Kelly, I love.
Yeah, local guy, good story.
And a good baseball guy.
Bednar, I think, is starting to come back to what he was. That's a good story.
His numbers since he's been back from Indy are very good.
O'Neill Cruz becoming a star, but now banged up. Other than that, I mean, what do you got? Brian Reynolds is scuffling.
I think
huge disappointment.
I think Horowitz, as a guy that hasn't played at all, someone you can be excited about because he hasn't sucked yet.
Can you be excited? I'm not that.
I'm excited for someone that hasn't.
Horowitz.
For someone that hasn't sucked yet, I get excited.
I'll be excited about Nick Gonzalez coming back after he injured himself hitting a home run in Miami.
And we can call him Nicky G.
Nick Gonzalez, welcome back.
Nicky G.
Yeah.
He likes to go by Nicky G.
He likes Nicky G instead of just Gonzo or Nick Gonzalez. Or
just to be perfectly honest, I have no idea what he prefers, but I like Nicky G.
I do too. Clever nickname.
He could be like a rapper. He could be a lot of things as Nicky G.
Nicky G and Polo G. Do you think they can combine on an album? Joel, that would be pretty fascinating. You're familiar with Polo G's musical game?
I am not.
No, never heard of Polo G?
No.
Rapper.
Polo G.
Polo G is his name, yeah.
Is it a Ralph Lauren reference? Or is it a horse, like the game Polo?
I have no idea what the reference is. Why Polo G is called Polo G. No idea. But I like the music.
Your assignment, next time I see you.
Find out why Polo G is Polo G.
I want you to let me know what's up with Polo G.
He's Paul Alexander, and he's coming up next. Paul will take you until, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I'll probably run out of gas right around 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be done.
You'll lead us into the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show.
With great excitement.
With Jeff
with
Hathorn.
Goosebumps as big as golf balls.
Paul, always good to see you. Have a good show.
Always a pleasure.
All right, thanks to Nick Faribault, thanks to Joel Nelson, thanks to Matt Harkins for producing Bucko Talk, and for Alex Thumb for joining us. Austin Bechtel signing off, sending it over to Paul Alexander. Saturday afternoon. Have a good one on the Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-599-8811. That's 800-599-8811. Again, that's 800-599-8811.
Picture mom. She's not just mom, she's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours, and so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you, she raised the bar, okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luc Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits, because mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years.
So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 5th and 6th. The Fan hosts will once again be raising funds for local VFDs. Go to 937thefan.com to learn how you can donate. Brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers, Charles Leach Insurance, True Green, Firehouse Subs, Keystone Custom Apparel, and True Fan Travel. At Get-Go Cafe and Market, mealtime is bred to be different. Let them prove it with their new Ancient Grain Ciabatta sandwiches, or dip their new all-white meat chicken nuggets in your fave sauce. Hungry yet? Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Call Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com today. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here for Window Nation. May begins the start of rising temperatures. Hot, hot, hot. Beat the heat. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until, oh my gosh, 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty. You'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Although there's been a lot of changes lately in the automotive market, this May be the best time to buy a new vehicle from Number One Cochran. Why? All their in-stock and in-transit vehicles are price protected through May 31st. That means you can avoid tariff price increases on more than 3,600 vehicles across Number One Cochran's 20 new car brands. You can also take advantage of special offers that save you even more, including an extra $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Or if you prefer to buy pre-owned, choose from more than 1,500 models available. So yes, May is the best time to buy at Number One Cochran. Shop now at Cochran.com. In-transit vehicles are defined as vehicles currently en route and appearing on Number One Cochran websites. Some restrictions may apply. Extra trade allowance is over the Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Ends 5/31/25.
The Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour. Friday, May 30th at Timber Rock Amphitheater. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys, riding an endless summer wave. Get tickets now at timberrockамp.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour, produced by Dresky Entertainment.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the Elder Law Firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates tonight take on the Phillies at 6:05. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn begins at 5 o'clock, where Carmen Majinski is set to take on Zach Wheeler. At Quail Hollow right now, Jonathan Vegas leads the way at 8 under. Siwoo Kim and Matthew Pavon, as well as Matt Fitzpatrick, are 6 under. Max Homa and Scotty Scheffler behind those guys at 5 under. Quail Hollow updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour. For more, get in 937thefan.com. Right now it's a Saturday afternoon with Paul Alexander.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Thank you, Joel Nelson. And what a young star City Limits has become. I was kind of, shooting the breeze with him on his way out. He said, hey, I got to go. I have an appearance. City Limits with an appearance. Let's go. That is so fun and so rewarding. And he's one of those, I think he's, 22 or 23? I mean, he's a kid, maybe 23. And I just remember myself at that age. And what I love about him, and I'm going to continue to harp on him, whenever there's something that is offered, you say yes. Even if you don't have a clue how to do it, you'll figure it out. Just say yes. Be the guy that whenever something is needed, you're available. You become everybody's favorite because you become a solution. If you're the problem, if you're always the problem, which unfortunately I have a feeling maybe I've qualified in that. And again, it's just, his people that have been around know sometimes when, the higher ups ask for your opinion, that's the last thing in the world they want. They want you to parrot the company line and do a lot of yes, ma'am, yes, sir, and whatever you need, sir or ma'am, yes, and just a lot of yeses. And now I've kind of figured that out, but I'm no kid. We seem to have a holdover here, and I'm just going to pop him on. I don't know if he called to talk to me or he was left over from Austin or what happened, but Ken, you just hanging around? What's going on? You're just hanging around to talk about Aaron Rodgers. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just wanted to say I'm not really one to ever start rumors.
Uh-oh.
But a couple days ago I had a bad time, and so I went up to Laurel Caverns to do some spelunking, and I ended up getting lost in the unexplored part for like a day. I was in complete darkness, and I didn't know what was going to happen. But I heard a voice say, "Dan, if it weren't for the game in Ireland this year, the Steelers would have got rid of Mike Tomlin."
Wow.
Too. Yeah,
so you had.
I guess it was Aaron. So if you're looking for Aaron, he could be up in Laurel Caverns.
Spelunking.
Spelunking, yes, sir.
Wow. Are you a well-known spelunker?
Obviously not. I got lost.
Okay. Do you believe in safe spelunking?
In what?
Safe. I mean, being lost for almost an entire day. You better rethink how you go about your spelunking endeavors. That could have ended horribly, Ken. That could have been tragic.
There's a place in there called Fat Man's Misery. It's like a really small gap you have to squeeze through.
Wow.
Not for the faint of heart.
No, I'm just glad you're here to tell about it. All right, Ken.
So I think Aaron Rodgers is in town, and I don't know if that was him or God that I heard.
Well, they're one and the same in a lot of people's eyes, especially his.
I mean, they're both well compensated.
Exactly, as is Mike Tomlin. That's why he's well compensated.
Right, that's why I said they're both well compensated.
Exactly. And Ken, were you throughout your career well compensated?
No, sir.
I'm sorry to hear that. But hey,
I was good,
you know what?
Years ago.
All the things that really matter in life, and a lot of people don't understand this, that's why there's so many miserable people. All the things in life that really matter are free.
Right.
And when you figure that part out, you're going to be a lot happier. Now, does money make things a lot easier in life? Sure. But easy doesn't mean joy or happiness or satisfaction. None of that. None of that comes with money. But it's just easier to attain sometimes.
Right.
Look at Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown has a boatload of money. That's an unhappy dude right there.
How could he have a boatload of money? He couldn't even pay a damn.
Couldn't pay anybody. He refused to pay everybody. What a shame.
He gets away with it. Amazing.
It's a shame. It really is. He was a nice kid when he came up. He was.
Yeah, he was.
Money ruined him somehow, or maybe a couple too many perfect hits to the head.
It was. You know that reminds me. Like, I live by the Montour Trail, and I seen a guy pushing his kid on a bicycle, just learning how to drive. The man had arm pads, helmets, and everything else. We didn't have it. They would just let us go, and hopefully we just kept driving.
Well, I mean, I just saw a post this morning. It was a picture of a guy throwing his pretty young kid into a lake, and it just said, "My first swimming lesson." That's how we learned how to swim.
Right. I was just going to say, I know a lot of people learned that way. My kids learned that way.
Exactly, and that's the best way to learn, man. Get tossed right in, man. That's the way you do it.
That's right. And go outside and play, and don't bother me unless there's blood.
Exactly. And then it better be. I had a neighbor. I'll never forget this. I mean, he had a gash that probably required at least 30 or 40 stitches. And his dad, I'm just going to say, his dad was a very well-known doctor. And he goes, "I grew up in Jeanette. We call that a boo-boo."
I really grew up in Duquesne, so I know
you know what boo-boos are. You know what injuries are.
Right.
Well, Ken, that was a nice start to the show today. We're going to keep it light today. Thanks so much for checking in.
Hey, thanks for checking up on me. I would have been sitting here till probably 4 or 5 o'clock.
No, I would never let that happen, Ken. I would never let that happen. You're a good man. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right.
You too, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You too. All right. So we have, again, I wouldn't say that's reliable or unreliable. But Ken thinks he had a spelunking encounter with one Aaron Rodgers in the Laurel Highlands. So if you too, and I don't mean Bono, that kind of you too, I mean if you also have had an encounter with Aaron Rodgers over the last several days, please share that with us like Ken just did. Because that, to be honest, that is the exact way I kind of want this show to go today. Because when I started thinking about, and I apologize, I have not been available to be with you guys for a good while. A lot going on. You know, weekends get filled up. In May, for whatever reason, you know, end of April, early May, just crazy with weekend stuff. So, I mean, that's what I'm allowed and able to hang out with you guys, and I haven't been available. So it is really nice to be back. The one thing I thought about, though, when I realized I was, you know, bestowed this opportunity, which is, you know, it's a privilege to do this. And those of us that understand that really appreciate it. If it becomes a job or something you don't want to do, you're definitely in the wrong business. Like, you're the kind of guy, you need to be the kind of guy that if you have a week off, day off, some time off, and something major breaks, you are so pissed off that you're not working. If you're not, it's time to get out. If that doesn't bother you, if you don't get to give your opinion and your take on something significant going on in the world of sports here in Western Pennsylvania, if you don't care, just stay home. Don't come back. There's no reason to be in this. This stuff has to be a passion. This stuff has to really matter to you. And I have to admit that right now, with our state of Pittsburgh sports, aside from the Open coming to Oakmont, I really don't know what you can genuinely be excited about. I just don't. I think there's a ton of things, and, you know, we know, you know, a lot of people really base their decisions on reviews from strangers, which I don't get caught up in that as much. I need to know someone that has either seen something that I'm thinking about seeing, done something I'm thinking about doing, going somewhere that I'm thinking about going. I need someone I know and trust to tell me, you're going to love it, it sucks, whatever. I need all these, the people that write nasty reviews are probably nasty people. If you're going to rail on somebody's business, they have the guts to go out and be in business, and you're just going to rip them apart because you're an angry, unfulfilled idiot. You know what? Now, sometimes people earn the bad reviews. I get that. But there's some people, and then you can just see, I used to get such a kick out of, in one of my previous stops here, a previous boss would see an email, and it would freak him out. This person really didn't like you. This person, and there's a lot of emails just like it. I go, do yourself a favor and see that guy or that woman has posted 30 times. It's not 30 different people saying they hate me or didn't like this or didn't like that. It was the same person. That just must be the most miserable person in the world to do that often. But it's hard right now to get genuinely excited about anything locally in terms of sports. If you have something you're excited about, please share it, because what I would like this to be over the next 4 hours is finding something that we can be very excited about. And Oakmont's fair. If you have tickets already, you're thinking about getting tickets, you're going to go to the Open at Oakmont, the 10th time. No course has ever held a U.S. Open more times than Oakmont. Well, then share that. That's something to genuinely be excited about. If you have other things that you're genuinely excited about, like, for example, Ken, after being, lost for almost an entire day, heard a voice. Now, he's not positive it was Aaron Rodgers, but he thinks it was. Splunking in the Laurel Highlands, probably in the Laurel Caverns. And, we have great spelunking throughout, the area, southwestern Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if we're the spelunking capital of the world, but we're up there. It's not to be sneezed at, as they say. But I'm Paul Alexander. We're with Joel Nelson. The Jolie Factor is with us. We will take you right up to Pirate pregame. It'll be another game in Philadelphia. I am genuinely excited about the opportunity that Don Kelly, I've always called him Donnie, but now I think it's a more managerial tone. I think we should go to Don from Donnie. Like maybe this time next year, Donnie football might even become Don football. Because he's another guy. I see him on TV now. He does appearances. He's become big, Donnie football. And it's fun to see because, 3, 4 years ago, that's when I met those guys. And they're hard workers. They're good peeps. We have great people here. We really do. All right. We're going to take a quick timeout. Oh, we're at military time in here. I like that. But the clock's working. I like military time. Makes it seem more for real. It's 13:19 right now. So we're going to get out for a quick break. Phone lines are wide open at 412-928-9370. I'm going to generically throw it out there. Something that you're excited about. And here we are we're football centric in this area. So even if it's say like it's Penn State football, Pitt football, West Virginia football, you can, whatever has you excited in the world of sports, I want you to share so we can all begin to feel a little more positive about some things. Because I think we need to. We've been dealt a pretty pathetic hand locally with our professional sports teams. It ain't good. Paul Alexander with you at 412-928-9370 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler tonight when the Pirates take on the Phillies. Game 2 of their series at 6:05 in Philadelphia. 5 o'clock is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Don't miss Frank Caliendo May 16th and 17th. Tickets at Pittsburgh.improv.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. We travel the world to bring you the most unique and stunning collections of fine designer jewelry, watches, and giftware. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet?
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
AAA Travel is calling all aviation lovers. The ultimate summer getaway for air enthusiasts across the Midwest to the Liberty Aviation Museum, Airozoo Aerospace and Science Museum, Griffin Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, the famous and exclusive EAA Air Venture Show, National Museum of U.S. Air Force, John and Annie Glenn Museum, July 20th through the 25th. Road trip motor coach and a 5-night hotel stay is included. $18.85 per person, double occupancy. 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. At that point, we will head over to the pregame side of Pirate baseball. Bucks and Phillies. I remember when that was the cream of the crop in the National League East. Steve Carlton, Michael Jack Schmidt. Those were the days. Hey, I asked, and these guys have absolutely come through for me. Jack and West Mifflin, there's something you're fired up about. What would that be, Jack?
It's two items, Paul. I'm an old-timer. I've seen both these guys pitch many times. Warren Spahn, I think baseball should be wise to consider renaming the Cy Young Award for the National League after Warren Spahn because of the career that he had.
The only thing that would be hard about that, Jack, would be the fact that so many people associate, it's become so established.
Yeah, I realize that, but I
agree. I mean, you look at those numbers and you're like, yeah, why not? I agree with that.
I mean, he didn't win his first game till he was 26 years old. He spent 4.5 years in the service. He probably could have finished with maybe 450 wins. He had 363.
363.
Yeah, winningest left-hander in history.
Yeah.
And just the career that he had, and also the Pirates have left Vernon Law out of that Hall of Fame now for like 4 years, and he should have went in with the first crew.
Well, I think they on purpose, Jack, spread it out a little bit. They don't want to have all the greats in one class. They want to spread it out. And you're right, Vernon Law is definitely going to be in there, and I mean,
but he's still alive.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
I know, and they.
Who picks that? Is it Nunning?
No, he might have approval. But there's a group of very, very well-respected baseball people over there that get that done. It's in good hands, I can tell you that.
How could they overlook that?
Well, it happens. It happens. And it shouldn't happen, but it does happen. And whenever you make a list of any type, Jack, there's going to be someone somewhere that thinks that someone else should be there instead of someone. I mean, that's the nature of it, and that's why they do it, because it generates interest. We're talking about it, so that's a good thing. But you're right, 1,000% correct that Vernon Law believes in that, belongs in that Hall of Fame.
Okay. All right.
All right, Jack.
I thought maybe you might, or somebody there could maybe contact MLB Baseball and consider that, as far as renaming that for the National League.
Warren Spahn for the National League. Okay. I like it.
Okay. Thank you.
I have people in high places. Let's go to Noah in Wexford. Hey, Noah, what's up?
Hello, Paul. How's it going?
It's going, man. How are you?
Good. I'm enjoying my day. You said to call in to be something you're happy about. Well,
excited about, yeah.
Excited about. Well, I know the three major sport teams in Pittsburgh aren't really exciting for us, but I just wanted to give a shout out to the Riverhounds because I think we should embrace our soccer team because something I'm excited about, the FA Cup final, Man City is about to lose to Crystal Palace. They've been around for 120 years and haven't won a single trophy. They're about to get their first trophy ever.
Wow.
Now,
is that your team? Is that the team that you root for?
Crystal Palace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I mean, you're going to have a moment there.
I know. I'm actually, because it's weird in English football, soccer, all like the top rich teams will like try and pick your best players, but
sure. We're very familiar. We're very familiar with that as Pirate fans. Yes, we understand how that works.
Right. It feels just the same.
Exactly.
But it goes to show you because we just got a new coach recently, and he's defensive minded, and he's just completely changed the outlook on my soccer team over there. And I just wanted to give a shout out there. And
to the Hounds. Release the Hounds.
Right. Release the Hounds.
It is a great venue over there. It is a great time, and
it's so beautiful over there.
It really is.
Oh.
It's a wonderful place, and my son he didn't make it, which was a little upsetting. He tried out for their academy, and he was there. I mean, he made it deep. We were there like 4 or 5 different times, and I just fell in love with the facility. And as a lot of people pointed out, it's because they have a pub right in there. And I went, well, that didn't hurt. That part of it didn't hurt. That part wasn't a negative. That was a positive element of that. I wasn't mad about that. It's not like I just spent all my time in there. I didn't.
Right.
I did not. I was there, but I was not always in there.
Yeah. And another small thing is what I'm happy for. I know we don't have a basketball team professionally in the city, but I've always been a big basketball guy and a big Bucks fan since like the 2007 Michael Redd days.
Oh my.
And I'm so thankful to have Giannis Antetokounmpo as my superstar because he's one of the most well-respected guys. And
as he should be.
I don't think enough people really understand what he means to basketball because he's only one of 3 people to win MVP and Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. And that would be Michael Jordan.
That Jordan
and
guy.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, I was going to say that Jordan guy did it 3 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did it 3 times.
Giannis did it during the COVID year when they were on pace to win like 75 games and the season cut short, and then they all had to go down into the bubble. So I was there when Milwaukee won it in 21. I told my Twitter friends, I'd be like, I'll pull up if we mess around and make the finals. And I was there for Game 6 outside of that stadium. I've never been into like.
We had a gentleman that worked here. We had a gentleman that worked. No, I think over on the AM side, and he drove out there for the parade.
Yeah, I was there for the parade.
Awesome.
Yeah. That story's crazy. I blew my transmission on the way back.
Oh,
but
you know what?
I wouldn't take it.
You wouldn't. You'd still do it again, wouldn't you?
I mean, think about this. He scored 50 points, and the Bucks were 50 years winning their championships apart. He scored 50 points for 50 years.
Wow. Yeah, he's incredible, and what a great human being that guy is. I mean, he's a much better human than he is a player, and he's, like you said, one of the best ever.
Yeah, and like that's the thing is it's always the debate. It's like Jokic versus Giannis, and this is when the eye test comes into play because it all depends on what you like. See, my mom grew up watching Jordan and Magic and Larry Bird, and she says no one runs the floor like this guy does. And that's he has some of the physical attributes that
you know what
he might have.
He might have to hold Hakeem Olajuwon's beer as far as running the floor. No, running the floor. Hakeem Olajuwon, at his size, he ran the floor like nobody's business. Now, I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen Giannis nearly enough to make that comparison, but you better be really careful before you just ignore the fact that that guy ran the floor like an absolute beast.
Oh, I implore you to go check some of his career highlights out.
I've seen plenty. I've seen plenty of highlights. I have. I've seen enough. No, I'm a big fan. But you know what? And here's something I learned from the great Joe Paterno, and I use it a lot because it's so important. Whenever you give something to someone, you're often taking from someone else. So when you say the best, you better be careful and at least think that out, think it through, because there's a lot of people that are probably in that hemisphere, in that kind of rarefied air. You might want to give a little respect to. That's all.
I think he's in, like, as far as power forwards go, I think he's right there with Tim Duncan and Hakeem.
Yeah, 100%.
Really
no, there's no question. He's up there in that best of. He is. And I love his character above all else. He's phenomenal.
He distorts the time and space it takes for the basketball to travel up and down the court because his steps are so big.
Well, yeah, and we used to do drills back in our day. You can throw the basketball a lot faster than you can dribble it. So if someone's ahead of you, give the damn ball up and pass it, because you can pass it very quickly. The ball goes very quickly through the air. It's not nearly as quick when it's dribbled. Well, no, I'm going to let you go on that note. Thanks so much for the call, and thanks so much for being so positive. And yes, Giannis is a superstar. John in Valencia. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. Hey, congrats to your son's graduation from Penn State.
Oh, thank you.
That's awesome. But so two things to be excited about. Speaking of Penn State, the upcoming football season, that might not make a lot of the Pitt folks happy around here, but this upcoming season is definitely an exciting one with high expectations. So hopefully Drew Aller.
Hopefully they can handle. A lot of things change when there are expectations. That's one thing that you have to be a little concerned about. But one thing that they did, especially with the hiring of Coach Knowles to be the new DC, they put everybody on alert. We are all in. All in.
Without a doubt.
All in.
Got to hope that some of these receivers step up from
the kid from Syracuse, I think, is going to be a star. I do. I think he's going to be very good.
I agree. But the second thing, and I thought the last gentleman who called in was going to be talking about the Pacers and T.J. McConnell, instead he mentioned the Bucks. But anyway, definitely excited to see the success that T.J.'s having in the Pacers. Definitely a fun team to watch, and wishing them best of luck against it next year.
I am such a huge, the all things McConnell are just my favorite. I mean, I love the entire family. TJ's story is incredible. I'm a little upset that his sister was cut from the Fever, because they would have been the first ever WNBA, NBA brother-sister combo. But she'll be back.
That would have been awesome.
Hey, that's just the first. You know what I mean? Knowing the family, I don't know her well, but knowing the family, she's not done. I mean, she's going to be playing basketball somewhere, somehow, some way. I guarantee that.
I agree 100%, Paul.
All right. You have a great one, John. Thanks for checking in.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, T.J. McConnell. What a story. What a story. Duquesne offered him in ninth grade out of Chartiers Valley. Like, oh, what are you doing? He's not that good. Blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, Sean Miller catches his act. Hey, you need to get out here to Arizona. And then he goes to his NBA story is unbelievable. I mean, he is an absolute baller, a baller. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Okay? We good there? All right. Another quick break. Joel has a headline for you, and then we're going to keep rolling with what are things you're excited about in the world of sports. Because right now, I can't generate excitement about the Steelers, Pirates, or Penguins. I can't. It's like I don't know if you ever had writer's cramp, or you just have some sort of really deep, dark, like just an obstacle that won't allow you. I cannot get excited about those teams right now. Maybe you can help me. Help me. Please help me. Joel's next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:05 tonight, Pirates take on the Phillies in Philadelphia. Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler, the pitching matchup. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know, but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com. Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation. Like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more.
$200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Crowley here for Window Nation. May marks the start of rising temperatures. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage at the Brewery. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Mindsets is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com or at pittsburghbrewing.com/events. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions and 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760, to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. Then we get you ready for Bucco baseball. Is Jeff in today, or is it Dan? Jeff Hathorn. Oh, nice. Had the pleasure of playing a little golf with Jeff yesterday. Nice player. Very good player. And an even better guy. And he will have the North Shore Tavern pregame show right here, 93.7 The Fan. The second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place on June 5th and 6th. This year, the broadcast will take place at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. You can donate now at 937thefan.com to help support local volunteer fire departments in our area. And it's brought to you by Cintas, True Green, Don's Appliances, and Hampton Beer Outlet. I popped over to the one in Green Tree last year, a good time had by all. And I've never been inside that Upper St. Clair fire station, but man, is it gorgeous when you go by. It's just a cool looking place. So I'll probably swing by again. Just say, hey, what's up? What's going on? And I think it was the Partying Panther last year that had his mobile home there for everybody to hang out in. And it was a whole lot of fun. And keep in mind, folks, we are in dire need of support for our local fire companies. It has been brutal in terms of staffing, replacing equipment. And, you know, it's funny how, not funny ha-ha, but funny peculiar, the things that we don't think about, like our house burning down or our house catching on fire. It's the firemen that, you know, stop it from burning down, hopefully. We just don't think about how important it is to have those people until we need them. Now, let's be a little preemptive in our strike and get out and support these folks. I have nothing but mad support and mad appreciation and mad respect for those people that do it. And they're the volunteers in particular. And again, the professionals, yes, big fan. These volunteers, and I've known many throughout the years. You see when they're, you know, a fire has been, you know, handled or brought under control, and they'll finally, take off all the equipment and they have suits on underneath, some of them. I mean, they came from their real job because they were needed. And those are the people, our first responders, the people that are running toward calamity, running toward destruction, deserve our respect, admiration, and support. Think about it. When something really bad is going on, I mean really bad, life-threatening, most people are getting the hell out. Those that are running toward it, they need our help. They need our respect and our support. And those are certainly firefighters. Running into burning buildings. I mean, there's so many great stories of just saving, babies, saving kids, saving pets, saving grandparents, It's amazing. And fires, they spread so quickly. They are just so devastating. The burns, most injuries are bad. I mean, that's why they're called such. But burns are just so awful. Just awful. I mean, just think about the pain if you've had a bad sunburn or you burn the roof of your mouth on a really hot piece of pizza, or you grab something on the stove and you burned your hands. You realize how long it takes to heal and how much it hurts. These people run into those buildings. They go into rooms that are engulfed in flame to bring people and, precious things out. So I don't have any trouble drumming up support for volunteer firemen because they do heroic work. Heroic work. This is the part that I think makes it the worst for me is I still hope that people come to sports, participate in sports, follow sports, attend sporting events for a release, for pleasure, for fun and excitement. We need desperately, and it was nice, one of our callers pointing out just that, right now the Riverhounds are kind of a hot ticket. They're kind of a big deal. And there's reason to be excited about them. We really do need the Pirates, who are off to just such a horrific start. I mean, horrific. And the Steelers, which they're at least, not horrific. They're just stuck in this cycle of mediocrity that is mind-numbing. I mean, don't you just automatically pick the Steelers to finish 9-8? Because that's what they'll do. And they'll get blown out. If they make it to a playoff game, they'll get blown out. That's what happens. They're in this cycle that they can't seem to get out of. And my buddy Ryan Clark, who I absolutely love, quick little story. When I was at FSN, we made kind of a bold move, and I liked it. We had a new boss, one of my favorite bosses of all time, Steve Tello. And how about this? When Peter Jennings, now a lot of you younger people are like, Peter Jennings, he was one of the main anchors, back when, network news actually did news back in the day. He was one of the three big deals. It was Rather, Jennings, and I think Williams at that point, Brian Williams on NBC. And so when I got to meet our new boss, he had been Peter Jennings' lead producer when Peter Jennings was their European correspondent at ABC News. So the guy had the chops. And immediately I was like, I was fascinated by Peter Jennings, a Canadian that didn't even go to college until he got a degree post-career, basically, kind of thing. But I thought Peter Jennings was amazing. I thought he was just so good. And I was just very interested in Peter Jennings' stories, and he had plenty, and that was fun. But he decided that we were going to do a standalone Thursday night edition of high school football on TV. And I think we only got 2 seasons out of it before everyone just kind of realized, you know what? Everyone wants to play on Friday. I mean, locally, we're a Friday night football community. We're a Friday night football town, city, whatever you want to call it. But we gave it a run. And I had fun. I got to do a lot of the games. And I was also covering the Steelers. I was like the beat guy. I was in the Steeler locker room every day, camp every day, went to every game home and away. That was a good 6 or 7 year period, which was a blast. And that's when the Steelers were not mediocre. They were freaking good. Okay? And they had great players and great character and just great. I loved being around these guys. These guys are still some of my favorite people I've ever covered. You know, the last Super Bowl winning team and their, predecessors prior. Those were my guys. I covered all of their games, both Super Bowls, just loved them. So Ryan Clark approached me and goes, hey, you're going to start doing Thursday night football. I'm like, oh, yeah, why? He goes, I want to be involved. I'm like, well, we got, and this is hard to say. We had Craig Wolfley doing our color, and Rob King was the main play-by-play guy, but I did a lot of the games as well. Or if I wasn't doing the game, I did studio. So Ryan Clark hits me with, hey, I'll just come into the studio and hang out. I'm like, yeah, I better clear that with the higher ups, but I think you're in, Ryan. If that's something you want to do, I don't think we can pay you. He goes, I don't want to get paid. I want the experience. So he really had a great idea of what he wanted to do post-career in the NFL, which he was what a compliment to Troy Polamalu he was. What a great hitter, great player. Really, really good, solid Steeler, Ryan Clark. So now he's gone on to say recently that, Mike Tomlin should never be able to be fired. He's unfireable. Well, that's BS. Everybody's fireable. And then he went on to say that he needs his Andy Reid moment where he goes somewhere else and, wins again. And Andy Reid, by the way, not only one of the great innovative offensive minds in all of football history, he also had Patrick Mahomes. He didn't immediately win Super Bowls at Kansas City just because he got out of Philadelphia. But overall, I'm with Ryan that it's not going to happen again here. And that's one of the reasons I have trouble getting excited about the Steelers, because as long as Mike T is here, this is what we're going to have. He's coaching somewhere in like the mid-90s, spending all his money on defense, getting really bad quarterbacks, and an attempt to find the Ben replacement that's just not working. And then he wants to draft the George Pickens of the world because he's Mike Tomlin. He's going to fix them. Look what he did with AB. Oh wait, no, don't look at what he did with AB. It's not working. It's not working. And at least Ryan has acknowledged that. And I think somebody certainly, if he would actually go into Art II and say, you know what, it's not working, make a trade, which, you're allowed to do. I think Mike T would get a job immediately. I don't think there's any question about that. Winning another Super Bowl, becoming Andy Reid, I don't think that's fair to Andy Reid. What's Mike shown you over the last 10 years that makes you think, there was some good stuff going on in Philadelphia with Andy Reid. It just wasn't getting all the way there. That's not what's going on in Pittsburgh right now, where you're just short of all the way there, if you know what I mean. No, it's mediocrity. And I don't know how that in Ryan's mind completely goes to, well, yeah, just another opportunity and he's gonna be winning Super Bowls again. And again, it's one Super Bowl. Went to another, but won one. All right. If you want to chime in about that a little bit, we can do that. But still, I'm looking for reasons to be excited about something sports-related here in the city that we love, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All right. Hour number 2 is next. It is a Jolie Nelson headline, and then more of you at 412-928-9370 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old, worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and has an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
MLB.tv is home to baseball's biggest stars. Watch every out-of-market game, live or on demand.
He got it! This is unbelievable!
Plus, you'll get 24/7 access to MLB Network. Stream every big pitch.
He struck him out!
Every home run.
Gone!
Everything baseball. All season long on MLB.tv. Start a free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
What's going on, everyone? It's Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits from the Pomp and Joe Show. Hanging out at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue. We're hanging out until 4 o'clock. Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram store, where they like to say, we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers. It's Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease leader. Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. We're on the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or you can visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details. They are Pittsburgh's Jeep and Ram store. So bring in your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No waiting, no games, just straightforward pricing, and you get a chance to say hello to me, your friend City Limits. I'm here until 4 o'clock, so get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Pirates 4 hours from now set to take on the Phillies at 6:05 in Philadelphia. Jeff Hathorn has you covered for the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5 o'clock. Carmen Majinski is set to take on Zach Wheeler. At Quail Hollow right now, Jonathan Vegas leads the way at 8 under. That's followed by Siwoo Kim, Matthew Pavon, Matt Fitzpatrick, all 6 under. JT Poston has climbed into 5th place at 5 under. The Quail Hollow update brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 2 with Paul Alexander.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekends.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Man, just watching the trees outside. It is windy. I thought we're out of the woods in terms of bad weather, right? I don't know. I felt lucky. One of my favorite things in the whole world is to get up very early and play golf very early. And I was able to do that this morning. Shout out to my men, Derek and Doug. They were part and parcel part of that first tee time. And John at Cedarbrook was gracious enough to get us off before everyone else. Now, the thing that was funny about that, and I'll have to talk to John about what was going on. So there was only 3 of us. We had a cancellation. And Tim, I hope you're feeling better. There's these other 4 guys, and that's kind of our thing. You guys all, remember and love Paul Zeiss, still on the Post-Gazette staff and doing great things. But I always referred to it as the Zeiss.com tour because we would always play. Paul was out of town. And this is our first, I think, venture for me at least, without Paul. But these 4 guys were just determined to get ahead of us. So the one thing about my philosophy of golf is I really do not care what your skill level is. I don't care how far you hit it. I don't care how many times you hit it. Just do it in a timely fashion. The only thing that makes golf less than the most amazing thing in the world is when it's played slowly. And people that do play it slowly ruin it for everyone else. And I don't mean sprinting between shots. I don't mean not doing your pre-shot routine. My biggest problem is the time wasted by not being ready to play. Whether it's your turn or not, be ready to play. Because if your guy decides he needs to go back and get another club, don't wait for him to do that. You go ahead and hit. And there's a million other things that I do have plenty of time today. I could go through the litany of what you need to do to make yourself a ready player. I'm a big fan of ready golf. Be ready to play. Don't be searching through your bag. Don't be doing things that have nothing to do with your next shot. Ever. Get off your damn phone. All right, if you have to get your cigar lit on a day like today, that's tough. I get it. But if it becomes to the point where you can't, put it down and hit your next shot, then worry about it on the next hole or something like that. The whole point being is ready golf is really how we all need to play because golf is really blowing up again. It is absolutely taken off, and I'm so happy all of you involved with the golf industry that had to sweat what appeared to be the end of the game as we knew it, it's back. As much as I hated the pandemic, I will forever hate the pandemic. I'll forever be angry about how the pandemic was handled. What it did for the game of golf was wonderful. And it continues to give and give some more. I mean, it's blown up. Good luck finding a tee time on a nice day. It's hard. But those folks that, are very embedded in the industry, that struggled through it when it was really on the decline, reap the rewards. Enjoy. It's amazing. But what a great way to start the day. So, once I have that behind me, like whatever happens the rest of the day, I'm good. I'm okay. In fact, tomorrow my day is mulch. Nothing but mulch. It's sitting on my driveway right now, waiting for me. I mean, I could probably squeeze it in before dark, but I'm not going to do that. Tomorrow's mulch day. And, my wife has one requirement. You get the mulch, delivered and spread before Memorial Day. I'm good. And I was I was able to get up. I got up at like 4:30 this morning, got ready, went, played golf, ordered the mulch, had it, the delivery guy was out of his mind good. So good. Shout out to those guys that do just such great work with what they do. He had like an inch between my car and whatever. The way he just dumped the mulch on my driveway so we can still get in and out of the driveway. I said, hey, do you think you can go? Oh, yeah, just move your car a couple inches. I said, couple inches, yeah. He had maybe 3 inches on each side. And then, right up to the house with the truck. And then he, lifts the bed and just pulls away. And then, he got every single shred of mulch out of the truck. I mean, I salute that kind of skill. And summers, when I was still in school, I did a fair amount of construction, and I was not that good. But I remember one time at like 18 being on Route 8 in a 10-ton dump truck pulling a backhoe. I'm thinking, why am I doing this? But no, I was very conscientious, and I was trained well. But my goodness, those guys. I mean, I love people that work and just really take so much pride in what they do. It's just so, I don't know. It's just cool. I love people that give a you-know-what and care about what they do. And I'm not sure we still have a lot of that in so many ways, in so many areas of expertise where, who cares? I don't care. Doesn't matter. And same thing whenever I'm out to eat or, having a drink somewhere and, people in the service industry are just like, just not doing a very good job and not even trying. Like, and you expect to be tipped well? Are you kidding me? Do you realize what you're really working for? And that is for a little extra something for the effort. And when there's no effort, and I'm an idiot because even if you're not very good, you're still going to get at the very minimum for me is 15%. But if you get 15, you don't know this unless you know me, because a lot of people are very cheap. And that's people that have never worked in the service industry or horrible tippers. Like they're the people that say, well, you know what? I just got to go. I said, yeah. Do you realize the waiter or waitress or bartender that put that order together, probably had 3 or 4 tables out there that they were not neglecting, but they had to really hustle more to get your order together? You don't have to give them 15 or 20%. Give them 10%. Give them something for getting your order together. That's what you should do. But those that have never been in the service industry, they don't get it. And that's unfortunate. And they're the ones that probably leave just these ridiculous, nasty reviews. And I just tried a new place. Well, not a new place, a refurbished, refreshed place that has a new look and a new feel. And we had gone there quite a bit prior, and we wanted to check out the new digs, and we did. And I was just curious, what other people thought. And I really had a great night and good food and a good experience. And then I looked at some of these reviews and I'm like, okay, it's been this new, version of what it was for about a month maybe. And you're just ripping them. They were late with this. They didn't understand that. They don't have you know what? Guaranteed never in the service industry. I don't know what got me on that little tangent, but it's a good reminder. Two things. If you take anything away from my 4 hours today, play ready golf and take care of your servers. If nothing else, how about that? That works, right? And especially on the golf side of things. Some people that just, are cheap and don't tip well, I don't think hearing me say take care of your servers is going to change that, unfortunately. Anyway, there was a ding. Oh, that's my computer. I'm sorry. Because I don't ding. My phone has been on silent since they were available. Because I used to attend a boatload of press conferences. And it seemed there was a period of time when at least once per press conference, someone's ringtone was going off. And I said, that is never, and I mean never, going to be me. So I don't even know if I have a ringtone, to be honest. I don't know. It's probably set to some default thing, but the fact that I never turn my thing on, I'll never know. Because even now, I'm live on the radio right now. So my phone is not going to ring. So that ding kind of caught me off guard, but now I've muted my computer as well. But what's happened to these live guys? I mean, like Dustin Johnson, who was one of the best players in the world. I remember him, winning the Open at Oakmont the last time it was here. I mean, he was definitely one of the best players in the world. Absolutely one of the best players in the world. Now he can't make a cut at a major. And, how about, Brooks Koepka, our guy with the Penn Trafford background that is like a local guy kind of that we can root for. What the hell what's his deal? Why can't he play anymore? He has 5 majors. And I was kind of hoping, I love the big story. Always have, always will. And I thought after Rory did what he did with the Masters, why not have Jordan Spieth do what he needs at the PGA? And that's the one Arnie never won. You realize that? Arnie never won a PGA. That's why he's not one of the Grand Slam holders. Let's go to Jim in Imperial. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how we doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Hey, fabulous day. Hey, man, 2 things. First of all, I never in my life worked as a server or service industry. I always tip 20%.
Nice.
Always.
Proud of you, Jim. Very proud of you, brother.
Always, man. Yeah, hey, you got to give back a little, right?
100%.
Secondly, I'm with you on Ready Golf. I just want to say, years ago, and I'm about a 16 handicap. I'm not a good golfer.
Okay. You have good days and bad days, I bet. I bet there are some days where you do hit it pretty good.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
Years ago, my wife and I are in Central Tennessee on a trip. We get behind 4 old people that are collectively about 400 years old. And they are playing so slow, I could have, read War and Peace between every hole.
And there was only the 2 of you behind them?
Yeah.
Was there room ahead of them to maybe allow you to play through?
Oh yeah.
Oh jeez, that's unforgivable.
But I don't think they could have heard us
or seen you.
And yeah. Anyway, I ended up. I'm more frustrated than I've ever been, but somehow I held it in, and for the first time in my life, I shot a 78.
Wow! Because you played so slowly?
The best score of my life.
Oh, my gosh.
I've never shot under 80 ever again. It was the only time I've ever shot under 80. And my wife kept saying, how come you're not throwing clubs and swearing? And I said, I don't know, but I keep getting pars and a birdie once in a while, and I don't care anymore. So, I'm not for slow play, but for that one day, we were on vacation, and
you had nowhere to be. You weren't in any hurry.
And
it worked for you.
Kind of funny watching them, but the two old women never hit a ball 30 yards, and I didn't care. I don't know why, but hey, it was fun.
Jim, if that would have been me, I would have shot a 178.
I don't know why I did.
I would have lost. I would have lost my freaking mind.
I don't know why I didn't.
Unbelievable. Well, congratulations on that. But let's not spread that, because we don't want people to think that slower is better.
True.
Yeah, that
have a great one.
That's what's known as an anomaly, an exception to the rule. A steady, quick pace, I guarantee you 99.9% of the time will help you play better. 99.9% of the time. 3 out of 4 dentists surveyed say a steady, quick pace of play makes you better and prevents cavities. I'm telling you, it's out there. All right, I'm going to give Jolie a headline, and then we're going to get back to your calls at 412-928-9370. What's wrong with these LIV players? They can't play anymore. I think LIV has destroyed them. That's awful. And who's going to win the PGA? We can play with that a little bit. Whatever you want. I mean, seriously, you want to get into the Aaron Rodgers nonsense? We can. Do you want to get into the Pirates? We can. Want to talk about Sully's replacement? We can. I dinged again. My bad. All right. 412-928-9370. It is the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates against the Phillies tonight, 6:05 in Philadelphia. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn is set to begin at 5 o'clock. Pitching matchup this evening, Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Do you need new appliances right now? Shopping for kitchen and laundry appliances at Dawn's Appliances has never been easier. Dawn's has the Tri-State's largest in-stock inventory. Refrigerators, cooking and laundry appliances, and dishwashers from top brands like Cathay and GE Profile. Order today, have it tomorrow. With a huge selection and guaranteed lowest prices, why shop anywhere else? Plus, nobody can beat their free next-day delivery. Shop DawnsAppliances.com, where Pittsburgh shops for appliances.
Take worry and hassle out of Spirit Wear fundraisers this season with Keystone Custom Apparel and get back to enjoying watching your children learn and grow through youth sports. That's what I do with my 3 boys. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and more, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered. With their 24/7, 365 online Spirit Wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
GetGo Cafe and Market has your cravings covered all day long. Mornings start with our fresh made-to-order biscuits. 2 for $7 with your loyalty card. Customized with eggs, meat, cheese, and more on fluffy biscuits. Later, treat your sweet tooth with our new seasonal shakes. Choose from 4 new flavors like PB&J, Buckeye, chocolate peanut butter banana, or Fluffernutter, topped with whipped cream. For a limited time at select locations. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
May is Stroke Awareness Month, and Independence Health System urges everyone to learn the signs because a stroke can happen to anyone at any time. Acting fast saves lives. Remember, be fast. Balance loss, eyesight changes, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911. Know the signs. Save a life. Learn more about Independence Health System's stroke care services at independence.health/stroke. Expert care here.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. Jeff Hathorn will then have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show as it's Bucks and Phillies. Boy, does that just irk me even further. I'll never forget hanging over the dugout of the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. Actually, it was the bullpen. You could hang right over. And it was I think a Sunday afternoon game, and the Pirates were hosting the Phillies at Three Rivers, and Steve Carlton was warming up. He was starting that day. And I lived for baseball. I ate it, I drank it, I slept it, I lived it. If I wasn't playing at a park, I was playing on a team, and then on another team. And I was hopefully going to make the All-Star team and play more. And that's all we did. And we loved it. And the Pirates and the Phillies in those days were unbelievable. And you could have hit ground balls to me and at me at shortstop, even into my softball playing days when I was in my 30s. I would do that now. If someone would hit me ground balls and there would be someone else, playing first base for me, if you want to hit ground balls to me all day at shortstop, I'll do it. But my point about Steve Carlton, I was never, and that's just plain never, a very good hitter. Not horrible, but certainly not good. And the reason being because people could throw it like freaking Steve Carlton. And I remember hanging over that dugout and the pop of the glove and the fact you just saw a blur. And now they throw it harder than. But again, I was like 10 years old probably. Whatever. The ability for these guys, now the Pirates don't have that ability, but some of these guys in Major League Baseball can really hit a baseball. And they're really trying to make sure that you don't or can't. And they're throwing it, they're hitting, triple digits now. And they make it break 14 inches. And they have the same exact release point for the four seam and the cutter and the splunker and the splinker and the linker and the dinker. And I mean, I don't know how people hit a baseball at the major league level. I don't. It fascinates me how good they are at hitting a baseball. Although, again, we're in Pittsburgh, so we don't understand that. We don't experience that. But when you see other teams, and I remember being at the ballpark when Michael Jack Schmidt hit his 500th career home run. And it was heartbreaking to me because in the 8th inning, Johnny Ray had just given the Pirates a lead with a 3-run homer. And then Don Robinson comes in, who I love, and gave up the big blow to Michael Jack Schmidt. I don't know who got the ball, but, I mean, that was, back in the day, 500 home runs was like a really big deal. I mean, what does Kutch have, 2,000 or 3, what's he have, 2,000 hits? And he has 300 home runs. Didn't we celebrate that? Yeah, 300 home runs. That's a big deal. 300 is a big deal. I'm not sure what percentage of major leaguers have ever hit 300 home runs, but it's not a big one. It's not a high one. But we saw Michael Jack Schmidt hit his 500th. And it still really made me mad because the Pirates lost. Let's go to George in Indiana, PA. Hello, George.
Hello. How you doing, Paul?
Never better. How are you?
I'm doing good. I have a question about Aaron Rodgers. Has he ever competed in the mini camps his whole life in football?
I would imagine early in his career, he showed up for everything. But, when you become a star, then that's below you. That's not for you, unless you're Tom Brady, who never missed an opportunity to get better.
Yeah. What's your opinion about him now? What's going on? Is he going to sign or not?
Yeah, I think that's already a done deal. Or there'd be more panic by the Steelers. There would have been a different approach to the whole offseason if they didn't know he was coming. Now, I think they're silly for trusting him at this point because you're 41 years of age and supposedly dealing with some personal things, and he has family that has some things going on. He's won a Super Bowl. He's in the Hall of Fame. He has some records. He's a 4-time MVP. He has nothing left to prove. And if he doesn't have the fire, the compassion, and that will to compete, if that's gone, then he'll just decide not to come back. Now, I, for one, fully believe that Mason Rudolph would be every bit as good or better than Aaron Rodgers right now at 41 years of age. So I don't care if he comes back or not. In fact, I'd rather he didn't. What do you think about that, George? Are you anxious to see him in a Steeler uniform?
Well, yeah, it's just to give the Steelers a chance for another Super Bowl because all the players are getting older.
Yeah, here's two things that I think if you could get odds on, you could take to the bank, put a mortgage on. Aaron Rodgers ain't never winning another Super Bowl, and Mike Tomlin's never winning another Super Bowl as the head coach of the Steelers. Those are the two reasons I'm really not excited about this upcoming season. It ain't happening.
One other thing is, since they fired the Penguin coach, fired the Pirate manager, is Tomlin next?
No, Tomlin's in charge of the Steelers. I don't know if you've been paying attention. That's not anyone's decision but his. He's been awarded a lifetime contract.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding, but it seems that way, right?
Oh, I know. I know you're just kidding. It was just I guess.
Now, George, are you a golfer?
No, I'm not a golfer.
Because
I wish I was.
You have a gem up there in Indiana Country Club. That is a beautiful, beautiful golf course.
Oh.
You have a great golf course up there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, George. Have a great rest of your day. Let's go to Paul in Friendship. Hello, Paul.
Hey, I just wanted to go to Mary Loomis. Johnny Robinson story, but I was at that game when Schmidt hit that home run too. So it's kind of funny, I went to a lot of games at the old Ashtray, Three Rivers Stadium, and had a ball. I came to Pittsburgh in 1984 to go to college, and we used to go. They would have college game for $1 with your college ID. Man.
That was a great deal. My favorite thing was, because I hate traffic and parking really bother me. When I sit in traffic and I can't find somewhere to park, I'm angry. I'm just not a happy guy.
Yeah.
But we would park at Station Square and take the boat over. And that solved all our issues. I mean, there was no traffic getting over there, and, parking was easy. It was easy to find over there. It was great.
I was at CMU, and we would just take the bus downtown, just get off any stop downtown, and then we would walk across.
Oh, yeah, walk across the bridge, sure.
Which was a wild thing, you were talking about baseball and the pitching and all this. My son actually just started with a pro team. Their opening day was yesterday, but he pitched throughout high school, and he's a D1 coacher. And I tell people all the time, they don't understand that in high school, there's kids regularly throwing in the 90s, and people are like, "Oh, they can't control it. They can't do this." No,
yeah, they
These
can.
Kids can throw with speed. Reload. I don't. I teams from during COVID, they were running games from like the 60s and early 70s, and I'm thinking, high school pitcher's better than this now.
Oh yeah,
it's unbelievable.
The velocity, there's a lot of guys that I knew in high school, and they were considered, and they were, lights out pitchers. We're talking about in the 70s, and if they touched 90, they were godlike.
Right.
I mean, if you touched it.
I tell people, if you're in high school and you're a right-handed pitcher, if you're not over 6 feet tall, over 200 pounds, and throwing over 90, you don't get a sniff from D1 college.
Nope.
You don't get a sniff. So my son got kind of messed up with COVID and lost a year and blah, 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 and this and that, like so many athletes did. He ended up starting his college career at the State College of Florida, which used to be Manatee Junior College.
Oh, yeah, Manatee was right next to the Pirate facility there.
Yeah, so he spent 2 years there, and his pitching coach was Don Robinson.
Wow,
Don Robinson.
the sheriff.
Absolutely, the caveman, and he had so many funny stories of hanging out at Donnie's house. He would have the whole pitching staff over every Sunday for Steelers games, and Spanky would show up, and he made the sandwiches for everybody. Okay,
that's heaven. Your son had a little slice of heaven right there.
So I went down. This was during COVID. I went down. Because I was unemployed, and I got an Airbnb for next to nothing and went to a month worth of games, which was unbelievable. But the first time I went to a Manatee game, I was wearing my pillbox hat from 1979.
Nice.
And I walk up to Donnie Robinson, and I said, "Hey, I'm Nick's dad. Pleased to meet you." You know what Donnie said to me?
What?
He said, the first thing he said, he didn't say hello, nice to meet you, or anything. He goes, "If your son don't start throwing more strikes, I'm going to kick him in the ass."
I love it. I absolutely
That's what he said to me.
Love it. That's old school, man. That's what it's about. Throw strikes.
Oh, yeah. It was.
The great late, Ray Miller. Work fast, throw strikes. That was it. That was his mantra. Change speeds, work fast, throw strikes. Let's go.
That's it, man.
Oh,
That's it.
What a great call, Paul. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Oh, that was fantastic. And that had to be a scary time. We're talking about a CMU guy that didn't have a job. But, he could also go spend a month watching games. So that means to me he was in good shape, even though he didn't have a job at the time. Because CMU, it's kind of a guarantee that things are going to go well. There's no such thing as guarantees. All right, we got to get another headline from Joel, and then we'll keep it rolling right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:05 this evening, Pirates are at the Phillies' second game of their series. Jeff Hathorn has you covered for the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5 o'clock, where it's Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Crowley here for Window Nation. May begins to start of rising temperatures. Hot, hot, hot. Beat the heat. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until, 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty. You'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. Pull up a seat at our hospitality bar for an unparalleled shopping experience in a relaxed, comfortable environment. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hey everyone, it's Austin Bechtold of the Pomp and Joe Show. Your friend, City Limits, wanting to hang out with you today. I'm at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, live here until 4 o'clock, hanging out on the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard. Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram store, where they like to say we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers. It's Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease dealer. Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's Jeep and Ram store. Come down, say hello, get a chance to see us, get a chance to talk to you, bring in your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and they will beat it. No waiting, no games, just straightforward pricing. So come on down to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. I'm here until 4 o'clock. Come say hello to us at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. Jeff Hathhorn in the building. He is here. He is established. And he will get you ready for Pirates Phillies from the city of brotherly love. All right, our man Vegas is now a shareholder of the lead. He's dropped 2 shots. And as much as you want, someone to make that breakthrough, he has never even finished in a top 20 in a major. He doesn't have any top 20 finishes in a major. So those of you that thought that the 2-round leader who had never done anything really in a major before was going to win, you were probably sadly mistaken. Now, it's far from over. He's at 6 under. It started the day at 8 under. He's only on the second hole for the day. They had a weather delay in Carolina at Quail Hollow. So I'm not saying that he's done. I'm just saying it's very unlikely with guys like Scheffler out there. Yeah, right now. And Soo-Wee Kim is also at 6 under. I love his game. His short game is insane. Insane. And they all hit it pretty good ways. Let's go to our good friend Doc in Claysville. Hey, Doc, welcome to the show.
Hi, Paul. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing real good. I'll tell you what a weakest was with the new hire, Donnie, and then now Gene Lamont coming aboard. I really like that change, and I'm really anxious to watch the rest of the season.
Well, Doc, you know what they needed to bring with Gene Lamont is like 3 professional hitters because they don't have enough hitters to win at this level.
I agree. And I hope he don't give up on Jack Lewinsky. I mean, I gave him another couple months, and then if he fizzles out, I know he's not up on the team now, but I like to see him bring him up. He runs into something for home runs, and like I say, he had the opportunity because they sent him down, but he might have won a couple of them games that they've been losing.
Well, I don't know, Doc. He has struggled so bad at the major league level, and there's guys, and sadly,
I agree with the one
he hasn't really, if you really want to make it back up to the show, when you go back to AAA, you better tear it up down there, and he's not doing that.
No, he's up to 250 or something like that. But I mean, let me tell you, he just needs to get his batting stance. There was a guy that called a couple of days ago that he felt the same way, that they messed with him, and what they did was mess him up. Now, one other thing, Paul, I love your show, Paul, naturally, and I'm still listening to my music and sports talk, but I have this one thought that I like. Remember, Bob Smiley used to have a column that said nobody asked me, but.
Yeah, love that. That was some of Smiley's best stuff. Love that.
And that's what I'm leading up to. The reason I like baseball, number one, is this: baseball's chess, football's checkers. What I mean, there's so much strategy in chess. Baseball's similar to that. So many different strategies in the game that it's really a thinking man's game. And that's my 2 cents worth, Paul. And I'm always glad hearing I'll go back to listen to my platters.
Oh, go for it, Doc, and enjoy the Bucks game tonight. I know you'll be watching. Thanks so much for checking in. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. I love how every pitch should set up the next, and where you play people and how you play people and how you put a batting order together. And I think there are so many wonderfully strategic things about baseball. But you know what? When you took away, the the pitcher hitting, you took away the majority of the strategy of a manager, the majority of the strategy of a game. When you pull a pitcher, when you pinch hit, it just, that to me made baseball checkers. Now, we have such a short attention span, and we want to be entertained every second of every day. We don't have time for a 2-1 baseball game or a 3-0 baseball game when a pitcher just is masterful. I can watch that all day. I can watch Paul Skeens pitch all day. I used to watch Greg Maddux pitch. I mean, I love really skilled, well-played, great defensive games in baseball. I love those. But you know what? They don't put the fannies in the seats, and they don't drive the ratings. And in fact, I mean, those people that are on their high horse about steroids in baseball, you should be kissing. You should be kissing the providers of steroids because it saved baseball. Chicks dig the long ball. They love runs. Everybody loves runs. Everybody wants scoring. And that all happened during the steroid era. That was all, McGuire, Sosa, Bonds. That's who did it, and they were juiced out of their minds. But so were the pitchers, and that's what no one ever really looked into. Roger Clemens added 5 miles per hour in his fastball at 35 years of age. You think that happened naturally? No one could benefit more from steroids because what steroids help you do is recover. And when you use your right arm like a pitcher does, or your left arm, whatever hand you are, you need that ability for your muscles in your arm to recover. And that's what steroids allowed. And that's the way it happened. But if you don't think that football is amazing, oh my gosh. I love the strategy of football. I love showing plays to teams that maybe you're never going to use, just to make you think you're going to use them. And then how one play sets up the next, and you don't even use it until you need it. And I loved, I was so lucky to spend almost an entire 2 weeks with Bill Walsh when he was the head coach of Stanford. And he said, I've never had a month in my life to prepare for a single game. I mean, he was an NFL guy and one of the greatest offensive minds in the history of the NFL. And his Cardinal of Stanford were playing Penn State in a bowl game, and I happened to be out there covering it, and I sat down and had some amazing conversations about offense with Bill Walsh. I've had amazing conversations. I did a feature article on the great Dick LeBeau for Pittsburgh Magazine many years ago. So I got to sit down with him. He invented the zone blitz. So, Doc, I love you, but, man, football is chess. It is chess. It is such a high level of chess. When you're talking about Bill Walsh and Dick LeBeau, are you kidding me? But I'll never forget, it's one of those memories that I love that I have, is that Bill Walsh said, well, I have at least 2 plays that I know if I need them, they'll go for a touchdown. And then the Cardinal, there's no S, the Cardinal, defeated Penn State in that given bowl game. And Bill Walsh looked at me right at the end of the game, his post-game press conference, and he goes, and that play was the one I had told you about. Looked right at me and told me that. And it was to the, I need Pony here right now because every time I say, the Cardinal running back that was with the Browns for a while, he always knows his freaking name, and I never know his name. And Pony's told me his name like 10 times, and I'm angry. I just don't remember his name. But he had a good NFL career. He was a really good college player, and Bill Walsh was playing chess with Joe Paterno that day. And they didn't have the answer. They didn't. And that's what I love about, he said, I've never had a month to prepare for a football game. Ever. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, let's sneak Mike in before the top of the hour. Mike, what's shaking?
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
I've never been better. How about you?
Not bad. My allergies are bothering me today a little bit. Down here in Uniontown, it's really windy.
Yeah, it's windy up here in Pittsburgh, too, big time.
Anyway, the other night, I just loved watching Ji-Wan Bae play baseball. I know he can't hit that well, but he put that drag bunt down. I haven't seen a more perfect bunt in years.
And how about that speed, man? That speed you can't teach either.
And he had the last 2 outs of the game. He ran all the way back to the wall and corralled them both in. I always liked him, and I know he's not probably going to be a regular, but I had to put my
yeah. They actually they sent him down already. I mean, he's definitely
already?
not. Yeah, they sent him down.
Jeez.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm glad you were able to watch and enjoy a guy you really like to watch and enjoy, because that's probably going to be it for Ji-Wan Bae. And if you can't hit, you can't really, unless you're like Keith Bryant Hayes, you know. And
I know.
I mean, it's just, and right now, I mean, they're so offensively challenged right now. If you can't hit, you can't help. You got to hit to help this team right now. That's what they need desperately.
Well, if you watched the game last night, I don't know if you talked about this or not, but the Tommy Pham missed that pop-up. I swear to goodness that was Connor Falepa's fault. He went too deep back there as a shortstop, and Tommy Pham was coming in, and you could see on the replay he started. You know, I think if Falepa would have backed off quicker, I think Pham would have made that catch.
Well, that's one of those things where you just have to maintain concentration. I mean, he wasn't actually in his actual line of sight, or actually, I mean, he was in his line of sight, but he actually didn't interfere with him in any way. He just kind of got in his area. And
well, that's true.
If you just concentrate on the ball and the ball only, you're going to catch it.
True, very true. The one other thing I have to say, and it frustrates me, always does, is I don't understand why relief pitchers cannot throw strikes. I know they can throw them, and for some reason they try to throw all these sliders and all these curveballs and all hit the corners. You know, just throw the ball down across the plate. Let your defense back you up. Barucki last night got me so mad I almost threw something at the TV.
Nothing, you know, when someone starts an inning, even if it's a starter with a leadoff walk, I know that guy's going to score.
Yeah.
I know he's going to score. It's like it seems like it's 90% of the time a leadoff walk scores. A leadoff base hit is not great, but it's not nearly as bad. It's not nearly as egregious as a leadoff walk. Leadoff walks make me sick to my stomach.
And the relief pitchers come in, and I know they're cold, but my goodness gracious, just throw the ball down the middle.
That's what the bullpen's for. They were warmed up. They were throwing the ball.
Oh,
I had amazing control, but unfortunately, you know, I also had, you know, maybe 78 miles an hour at top. You know, it was probably my max velocity, but I could always throw strikes. That was never an issue, ever.
Well, you know what? I'd probably be complaining if they threw the ball down the middle and guys were teeing off.
Exactly.
I'd be saying, why are they throwing the ball down the middle?
Yeah.
But you know what? That's one of the prerogatives of a fan.
But don't walk people.
Don't walk people.
Don't walk people. Mike, great call.
You,
thanks. All right. Be careful in the wind. All right. Very quick. Andy, I didn't want you to have to wait through the top of the hour break, so I'm going to get you in real quick, but we only have a couple minutes. What's up?
Hey, I said before when you talk about the pitcher and everything. Well, before they started this, no pitching hitters, no pitching pitchers hit. Well, I would have bat the pitcher fifth if I was the major league manager. And it would have set up more offense if you look at it right and everything, because you would have two sets of hitters. One, of course, your leadoff hitter in one spot in the four in the cleanup, and then you'd have your six hitter as your other leadoff, like basically, and your nine hitter as your other cleanup.
Yeah, that's kind of a crazy idea, but it's probably not going to work or happen.
Yeah, and that guy's name you tried to can't remember, Tommy Vardell.
No, it was not Tommy Vardell. This was a scat back that played for Stanford.
Tommy, he played for Stanford and Cleveland.
Yeah, but this is a different guy. But I appreciate that. I know. I'm familiar with him, and I'll look it up. I'm just sometimes I get lazy, but I'll look it up.
Let us know then.
I will, Andy. I will. Thanks. All right, I appreciate it. And Andy did a great job. Cut it in before we have to get to Joel. One thing I have to tell you about is the 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want you to visit our teams in action for your youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches can send an email at usports at 937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team at 93.7 The Fan, and we may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Jolie with a headline. Then we have another couple of hours to hang out until Jeff Hathorn takes over with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Can't get enough baseball? Start streaming MLB Network today. Get up to 15 out-of-market games a week, live on any device, plus 24/7 access to MLB Network's award-winning shows, including live game look-ins and exclusive player interviews. And hear live radio play-by-play from all 30 clubs with MLB at Bat. Enjoy the home of baseball from virtually anywhere. Plans start as low as $5.99 per month. Sign up now at MLBnetwork.com/stream. Available in the U.S. only. Blackout restriction applies. Visit MLB.com/subscribe for full terms and conditions.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates take on the Phillies tonight, 6:05, the scheduled first pitch. Jeff Hathorn has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5 o'clock, where it's Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler. In Charlotte right now, Siwoo Kim has taken over the lead at 7 under. Matthew Pavon and Jonathan Vegas among those who are 6 under. Tony Finau, Bryson DeChambeau, Scotty Scheffler among those who are 5 under. Quail Hollow updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 3 with Paul Alexander.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Alrighty then. I am in the midst of I want to find. I get so. I'll tell you what. Enjoy your memory while you have it, because it doesn't stay with you as long as it should. It just doesn't. And you know, the most frustrating part of all is when it's in there, and you know it's in there, and you can't find it. It's just annoying, just so darn annoying. So now I'm in the midst of trying to find the, and I was so fascinated. I mean, just absolutely fascinated with Bill Walsh. I mean, one of the absolute greatest guys and greatest offensive minds. I mean, you know, just talking about Rice, Montana. I mean, just, my goodness. The guy knew a little something about about offense. I mean, there's no question about that. Just none. Now, you know, I'll do that. I promise I'll have it for the next break. Maybe I can get it here. I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm not killing it, by the way. I know this is not great radio. I do. But it was the 1993 Blockbuster Bowl. January 1st, 1993. So, you know, Googling is easy to do, but, you know, you got to really fight through some nonsense. So now they're trying to sell me a program from that game. They're trying, there's all sorts of different things you can buy in relation. I just want information. I want scoring plays. And it's just not coming up as readily. But so I'm kind of a distracted driver right now that I need to do better. So that will be for next, during the break. Man, it is really blowing out there. What kind of wind we have going on right now? I mean, there's some trees blowing here in Green Tree, Pennsylvania right now. I'm going to have to check the weather. What's going on? I mean, it was windy. I played golf this morning very early, as I said, and it was blowing. I mean, I hit a shot on 18 that it was only 139 yards. I crushed the drive that went nowhere, and I only had 139 yards in. I hit a club and a shot that should have covered 170. It covered about 120, and it was dead, and I mean dead, into the wind. And right now they're just saying, oh, no, we have gusts of 34. Okay. Right now we're blowing at 18, and we have gusts of 34. 34 gets your attention. I don't think it's overly dangerous, thankfully, but it gets your attention. But be careful out there. Wind affects a lot of things. It just does. Let's check in with Jim. He's checking in from the Ville, and that would be Monroeville. Hello, Jim. Welcome.
Thank you for taking my call. I got a gripe with the NFL schedule, the Steelers schedule. You know, last year we didn't play an AFC North opponent until Week 10. That was the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I think the best the best rival in sports, period, are the Steelers versus the Ravens. And I understand the Ravens have had more success. They have a better quarterback, a better offense. I totally understand that, and I get that.
And, Jim, you know what's so sad is they always position that as like the final game of the year. And like 3 of the last 4, games, the Ravens had nothing to play for because everything was already decided. So the Steelers have not held up their end of that rivalry, that's for sure.
No, and I agree. And it to me, it's more than just a rivalry, too. I guess it's just a matter of I want to see Ravens-Steelers Week 1. or week 2. I want to see Bengals Steelers, before week 10, and we saw this last year. Again, this year it's an AFC North opponent is the last game of the year. I believe it's the Ravens. Last year it was the Bengals.
And that's the reason they do that is because there should be a division on the line, a bye, a playoff. There should be a whole lot on the line for that last game, and that's why they position that way, and they should position it that way.
Yeah, I guess I can see your point there about it being positioned that way. I just find it, earlier in the year with division opponents, people are at least healthy. By the end of the year, you don't know what to make of it. Like you said,
here, Jim. Here's what I'm gonna lay it out there real easy for everybody that's gonna bitch about the schedule. If the Steelers were good in playing meaningful games and winning playoff games again, you would care. You could not care less about the schedule. People are bitching and moaning about the schedule because you know what? The Steelers stink right now. They don't even have a quarterback. What are they doing? I mean, worry about the Steelers getting a better roster and playing more meaningful games and winning a playoff game. Let's worry about the stuff that matters. I mean, that's such minutia to me, the schedule. Everyone has a schedule. Everyone has some sort of gripe about their own personal schedule. I don't really play the schedule you're given and win the games you need to win and win a freaking playoff game for the first time in 8 years. How about that?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I should also add, it's not just the Steelers. They do this all around the league with these division games. I want the Ravens week 1. I want a meaningful rivalry game, opening the season, Steelers-Ravens. That's all I'm asking for.
I want a Steelers playoff win. That's what I want. And I want to change it to head coach when it doesn't happen for 100 years. Well, I'm seriously, at what point is it like alarming that you haven't won a playoff game in how many years? We're at 8 now. We get to 10, 12, 14, 16. And Tomlin's still going to be the coach regardless of what happens in the playoffs. He has a lifetime contract. That's what annoys me. I mean, I used to dig deeper into the schedule. That's because I really thought the Steelers were going to be a contending team. And then, see, when you're a contending team, you can get a little worked up about the schedule because you're going to play games that really matter, and you're really worried about, well, what about this? And, Jim had really good points about the schedule, but my point is, you need to be relevant as an AFC contending team to have the right to bitch about your schedule. Right now, they're just another team. The thing I was getting at the draft, well, this guy has Steeler DNA. What is Steeler DNA? 9-8, no playoff wins? You know what? My friend told me many, many years ago, you get the reputation as an early riser, you can sleep till noon. So for whatever reason, Mike Tomlin in particular and the Steelers in general have this reputation of being all that. All they are and all they've been for the last decade is mediocre. That's it. Period. No better, no worse. They're mediocre. So, Steeler DNA? Oh, Steeler defense? You mean when you allow Philadelphia to hold the ball for the last 10 minutes of a game? When you allow the Ravens in their last game to rush for 299 yards? That's Steeler defense? Give me a freaking break. I mean, you have a head coach that's a defensive guru. No, I've seen a defensive guru. I've seen several. He ain't one of them. He's just not. What do they do defensively that really lights you up? Seriously. It's and now I'm watching, do we call it's not X, whatever the hell it is. I mean, going on there and seeing these clowns, these NFL talking heads talking about how great Mike Tomlin is. Ryan Clark, he's unfireable. For what? And I am not a Mike Tomlin hater. One thing I'll agree with Ryan Clark, go do your Andy Reid thing. I would love to see if Mike Tomlin could go start somewhere new and win a Super Bowl. Tom Brady, let's see what he can do without Belichick. You know what he did? He went to Tampa and he won a Super Bowl. Case closed. Game over. GOAT. Done. But you know what, Mike Tomlin, if he really wanted to be an impressive, you know what, I've done all I can do here. I'm gonna go start over. Why are we banging our head against the wall, hoping when we stop banging our head against the wall, it'll quit hurting? It's so ludicrous. The national perception of the Steelers and the national perception of Mike Tomlin is as fraudulent as anything I've ever witnessed in sports. It's fraudulent. Let's go to Guy in Penn Hills. Hey, Guy.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up with you, man?
I'm just living a dream.
Yeah, day at a time, right?
Pardon me?
Day at a time.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
You got to do it a day at a time, though. If you're truly living the dream, you do it a day at a time.
Well, yeah, when you wake up, your dream's over. My ordeal is like, Tomlin, he's like, okay. It's like everybody wants to beat him up. And I want to beat him up.
I don't want to beat him up. I just want to try something that may work differently or better.
Yeah.
This is the same old crap every single freaking year for like 8 years.
Yeah, for 8 years.
8 freaking years. That's an eternity in the world of sports.
Why can't it work out?
Well, because he coaches. He won't throw the ball over the middle of the field. He won't draft explosive offensive players.
He won't get a good quarterback either.
He won't go for it on fourth down in the middle of the field.
4th and 1.
Yeah, he just doesn't do that, and he gets blown out in the postseason. I mean, we're talking giving up 40 points and getting killed in playoff games.
Yeah.
So why do we celebrate that? Why do the national heads out there go, oh, my gosh, Mike Tomlin, he's amazing. He's the best. Ryan Clark,
no,
he's
not.
Unfireable. Unfireable?
No,
that's unconscionable to even say.
It's terrible. I mean, he's you know what? It is time for him to walk also. In my eyes.
It is.
It is really time.
And by the way,
walk.
Mike Sullivan, he won a couple back-to-back Stanley Cups in 17 and 18 or 16, whatever, 15 and 16. And you know what? They decided, it's not working here. He's missed the playoffs the last 4 years in a row, so they decided to make a move. And yes, he got gobbled up by the Rangers like a couple days later. Mike Tomlin will have a job. He will not be unemployed for more than like 20 seconds, and that's okay because it ain't working here.
Well, go to CBS, NBC, Fox, something like that, but don't do it on the field. You're killing your fans and you're killing everybody.
Except for the national media. They love him. They can't get enough of him. He's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Best coach ever. First ballot Hall of Famer, according to Ryan Clark.
Oh, good luck
First
with that,
ballot
Ryan.
Hall of Famer.
I like Ryan.
Best coach ever. And every single player in the NFL, no matter what team they play for, you know who they want to play for? They want to play for Mike Tomlin.
Not me.
Well, I want to win playoff games and another Super Bowl. That ain't happening here with him.
I've seen every Super Bowl that we've won. I'm 66 years old, and I've seen every one they won. It's like, come on, man.
And you know what, Guy?
Give me another one.
If he's still here, you ain't going to see another one.
Well, as long as...
Isn't that sad? And you know what? I saw the Pirates win a World Series. That was 1979.
I saw it when they won. Yeah, me too. We were up there on Frankstown Road in Penn Hills. I was jumping up and down on the street.
There you go.
When they won that.
Yeah. And they did. A lot of, imagine, that's a while ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
And even their last trip to the playoffs now, was 2015. That's a while ago. The last time the Steelers won a playoff game, that's a while ago.
A long time.
It is.
It's a long time gone.
And, Guy, we got to when you're unsatisfied with the way something's working, you know what I'm a big believer in? Change it.
Yes.
How about you change it? How about you do something differently?
Change is good.
T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, yeah, they're great. Minka Fitzpatrick, they're great. What have they won?
Right.
What have they ever won?
Nothing. They can't do it. Well, they can, but they haven't.
And then, all these national pundits, here's another thing they're famous for doing. They talk about, look at the quarterbacks that Mike Tomlin has won with or tried to win with. Look at the quarterbacks that Mike Tomlin added in free agency and freaking drafted. Those are his decisions. Those are his messes. Then, he was smart enough to get rid of George Pickens, but he was dumb enough to draft him.
Well, yeah.
They're going to call him smart for getting rid of George Pickens and trade him? They're dumb enough for freaking drafting him.
They want Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, what? He might last 2 games before he gets his leg broke.
And oh, by the way, Mason Rudolph was here the whole time that he had Trubisky and Pickett, and he was better than both of them, and he proved it. And it's just his identifying ability of talent, especially at the quarterback position, is fraudulent. That's fireable. When he thinks those are the guys to draft and sign, those are fireable offenses to me. You sign Trubisky as your big free agent. You draft Pickett as your big, first-round draft pick. Those are fireable offenses. They just are. Guy, thanks. I'm gonna run along here, but thanks so much for the call. I want to get hey, Stretch, if you can hang in there, I would really appreciate it, because Joel Nelson is chomping at the bit for a headline, and then we'll get right back to you, okay? Hang in there, Stretch, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:05 tonight, Pirates take on the Phillies in Philadelphia. Jeff Hathorn has you covered for the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5 o'clock. Carmen Majinski is set to take on Zach Wheeler. NHL playoffs tonight, Jets take on the Stars at 8 o'clock. Dallas, with a win, would head to the Western Conference Finals to take on Edmonton. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Imagine a world where every home is a safer place, not just for families, but for our brave first responders, too. This vision is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Residential fire sprinkler systems don't just protect your loved ones and property. They save the lives of those who save us. These systems control fires quickly, giving everyone more time to get to safety and reducing risks for firefighters. Consider installing a residential fire sprinkler system today. For a safer tomorrow, visit nfsa.org. Protect your home. Protect our heroes.
Head to the Crafty Jackalope Bar and Grill in Bridgeville. $4 16-ounce Blue Moon drafts all day Monday. $9.99 Builder Burger, voted best trivia in Pittsburgh multiple times. The Crafty Jackalope Bar and Grill, Washington Pike, Bridgeville.
Hey everyone, it's Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits from the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, hanging out on a Saturday at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. So get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard. Come say hello. You can also visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details. I'm here until 4 o'clock. It's Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram store, and that's at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard. Visit us on the corner. It's Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease leader, where they like to say, we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers. We'll get a chance to chat and talk, and you will get a chance to talk to Jeep of Pittsburgh's experts, bringing you the best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. They will beat it. No waiting, no games, just straightforward pricing at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Come down and say hello. They are Pittsburgh's Jeep and Ram store. I'm hanging out until 4 o'clock. Come say hello, because they guarantee a member of their family is always working for the best deal for their customers at Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease leader.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the Elder Law Firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the
policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Built for freedom and the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. During our Red, White, and Built for You sales event, take advantage of exceptional offers on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. Plus, Panda wants you to have peace of mind, so you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty too. Visit us today or shop online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like unloading the grocery bags from your car and you decide you can get all the bags in one trip.
I can do it.
So you load up all 14 grocery bags on both arms. Sure, you can't feel your fingers and forgot to take your house keys out.
Almost there.
But you never put down one bag, and you made it inside all in one trip, like the bag-carrying boss you are.
Yes.
Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back to the show. Again, we're the undercard. Getting ready for Jeff Hathorn and the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Coming your way at 5 o'clock. That's when I'm at. But in the meantime, Stretch was kind enough to hang around and be patient. Thank you, Stretch. How are you?
I'm outstanding, Paul. How are you doing this afternoon?
I have never been better in my entire life.
Outstanding. My favorite response is better than I deserve, which is probably true. Most
you know what? I'm definitely in that category.
So you were talking earlier about Steeler quarterbacks and Steeler draft choices and
Steeler DNA. They have Steeler DNA. Like
exactly.
Is that something special these days? Steeler DNA? I would rather move on from Steeler DNA if they think it's special now.
Well, it's funny that you mention that because I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay. When
do you think was the last time? And here's the Steelers. They could have Vince Lombardi, Curly Lambeau, George Halas, Newt Rockne, and it wouldn't matter because there are some structural issues with how talent is allocated in the NFL that the Steelers are sort of stuck in in a rut. When do you think was the last time the Steelers had a top 5 draft choice?
It had to be the 60s.
You're close. The last time the Steelers had a top 5 draft choice was 1970, and they chose Terry Bradshaw.
That worked out well.
So I saw an interesting graphic a couple of years ago the Steelers last had a top 5 draft choice in 1970, and the gap between the Steelers and whoever is second for the longest time since a top 5 draft choice is like 15 years. So the Steelers, in many ways, are victims of their own relative success.
Yeah.
And by that I mean they're good enough to not get good draft choices, not get the top talent, top tier, especially top tier quarterback talent, which is almost always gone, in the first 5-10 rounds, with exceptions like Tom Brady, who I believe was a sixth-round draft choice. But unless you catch lightning in a bottle with an amazing draft choice like that, the Steelers, because they're good enough to get into the playoffs, but not good enough to win the playoffs, they're stuck in this sort of mud pit of, round 20, Kenny Pickett, Will Howard in the 5th or 6th round, and I don't know how you solve that. I don't know if it comes down to Mike Tomlin. I see your point. I hear what you're saying, but I think there are structural issues with how talent is allocated in the NFL that the Steelers are stuck where they are. With
the
that,
only reason, and Stretch, if you have to go and you want to listen, that's fine, because I have a lot to say about this. So yeah, thanks, Stretch. I appreciate it.
I'm on grilled duty tonight.
Oh, well, get on it. Don't please. Hey, don't overcook anything. That ruins all good meat. Don't overcook anything.
It does indeed.
Please don't let that happen.
All right, take care, Paul.
All right. Well, Stretch, I want you to listen to this because this is important. That is so sound in so many ways, except for the fact the NFL draft is not a science. Do you realize how many top 5 draft picks have been absolute busts since 1970? I bet you're almost near 100, probably at least 100. So in theory, yes, not getting a very high draft pick. We think of draft picks maybe as Lemieux or Crosby. They're different. I mean, Mike Bradshaw stands out. Keep in mind that one draft was Swan and everyone else. They had 4 Hall of Famers in one draft, so they weren't all in the top 5, as we know. To me, it's the stuck in the Neanderthal thinking of how you win football games in the NFL. That's what's holding them back, not their ability to draft top 5 talent. Now, if we had a guarantee that one of these quarterbacks next year was going to be a next franchise quarterback, which there is no guarantee, as we all know, then yeah, tank your butt off, make sure you finish with 2 or 3 wins or less, and get that quarterback, or use all that draft capital. You have 12 picks right now in next year's draft, which, by the way, is here in Pittsburgh. Move up as far as you can to get the quarterback that you need. I have no problem with that. But the problem is that quarterback that you think is your savior might be a complete Jamarcus Russell. I mean, it might be Ryan Leaf. We could go on and on and on. David Klingler. We could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about top 5 quarterbacks that have been absolute abject failures. And the simple reason is this. We have no idea how a quarterback, or any other player for that matter, will perform against all NFL talent. Right now, they're looking pretty damn good in the college game when they're playing against 2, maybe 3 NFL caliber players. When everyone on the field is an NFL player, well, maybe you're not as fast as you think. Maybe your arm's not as good as you think. Maybe you're not as accurate as you think. Maybe you can't move. Maybe you're not as elusive in the pocket as they thought you would be. Maybe you can't read. Now we're getting coached up in a big, big way, and maybe you can't, have a pre-snap read of what the hell the safety's going to do. Maybe it never makes sense for you to find maybe you're never going to make it to your 3rd progression as a quarterback. So you're not going to make it in the NFL. So, Stretch, beautiful on paper, but in practicality, drafting high guarantees nothing. You got to basically get lucky in so many ways. Because you know what? The eye test is all there. We've seen what this guy's done in college, that guy's done here. This guy made great plays all his whole career. Then he got to the NFL, and the game was just a hair too quick. His arm was just a hair too weak. You just don't know. But that's a great call, and I appreciate it. Rich in Forest Hills. What's up, Rich?
Hey, my man, I'll tell you what. I wish Tomlin were my neighbor. I think he's probably a really good guy.
Heck yeah. I wish he was a president of the United States, to be honest. I think he's a great guy.
And I'd probably have another zero in my net worth if he were my neighbor.
That would be true.
Or maybe two. But if he moved on from the Steelers today, I don't think he would coach again. I think he would go directly to the booth. And the reason I say that is because all this Ryan Clark nonsense would put pressure on him to show that he's like a once in a generation coach going to another franchise. And
the last 10 years last 10 years tell us all we need to know about his ability to coach. If you're paying attention.
Well, I agree with that, but my point to the people that don't believe that or don't understand that, I think, is that so he goes to another team and it's a dud like it is here, relatively speaking, and so the luster is off the bloom here. He's
and
no longer
the apologists would say what a terrible roster that he had, what a terrible this he had. Right. He has almost ultimate control here, and he's had it for 10 years at least, where he's been the guy ever since. And Kevin, knowing Kevin as I know him. I mean, Kevin is a very diligent, hardworking, great GM, but I would imagine if the voices really got, raised and someone really, really was, I think Kevin would probably say, all right, hey, Mike, it's your go. Have it. You want him, he's yours. I guarantee that's the way. And you know what? I don't think Art II was going to tell Mike who to pick. And you know what? He's the guy that hired Canada. He's the guy that's hired all his coordinators. He's the guy that's hired all these people. He has done basically everything that needed to be done for the last 10 years for this franchise, and you have zero to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, what more in Tomlin's mind could he need to be successful here? I mean, what is it that he would say in an interview situation that's lacking that prevents him from putting a winner or winning a playoff game in the last decade?
Right, and even
with
though
respect to your last caller,
and Rich, even though the Steelers, like those end of the season player, surveys, the Steelers are really low in facilities, very low in this, very low in that. But the fact that every single player in the league wants to play for Mike Tomlin, they're not hurting for the ability to go get free agents. Now, maybe he's limited in his budget to hire real coaches and real coordinators. That could be up for question and debate. But, we know Matt Canada gave his son a full ride at Maryland, and all of a sudden he's the offensive coordinator for the Steelers. Those are the kind of things that happen in real life, and we know that. But he has had almost ultimate say in this roster, in this coaching staff, in everything philosophically that they do as a football team, and they have nothing to show for it for almost a decade. What more do we need to see? What more does anyone have to see to not understand that? I don't understand why. I mean, it is one of the greatest con jobs in the history of professional sports. He's the highest paid coach, or like top 4 in the NFL. He's the longest tenured coach in any sport in North America professionally. What are we doing here? I thought winning championships is what he was about. That was the standard. To me, the standard was the standard, and that was winning Lombardis. He walks by 6 Lombardis every day. Well, yeah, there needs to be a 7th, and there's no hope of that happening under the current regime. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think I've made this point to you before. I don't necessarily think they have the wrong coach. I think they have the wrong Rooney right now. I think it's the owner's obligation to direct the franchise.
Yeah.
Clearly,
Dan Rooney would not have put up with this nonsense. Dan Rooney moved away from Chuck Noll, for heaven's sakes. He won 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. Go ahead, anyone that wants to apologize for anything. They moved on from Chuck freaking Noll, who won 4 Super Bowls in 6 seasons. Why? Because it wasn't working anymore. Not because they didn't love and appreciate everything that he had done, but when it's not working anymore, you have to change it. It's not that hard to figure out. If you want to stay where you are, which anyone in their life that wants to stay right where they are, aren't going anywhere. If you don't strive to be better, strive to get out of the funk that you're in, well, then you're in the funk. And this is the funkiest organization in the world right now. 9-8, 9-8, playoff blowout, 9-8, playoff blowout loss. What are we doing? Rinse, rather, repeat. Rinse, lather, repeat. It is so unbelievably insane that it's comical to me that no one says or does anything to change it. I don't even know what we're going to do. Rich, all right, I lost my mind there for a minute. Hey, Dr. H, can you hang in there for a second? Because Jolie, once again, chopping at the bit to give us a headline. And I need to go refill my water, so I'm going to do that. And then we'll get right to you, Dr. H. I hope you have the right diagnosis, doctor. You need to have it for us on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:05 tonight, Pirates take on the Phillies for Game 2 of their series at Citizens Bank Park. Carmen Mlodzinski against Zach Wheeler is the pitching matchup, and our coverage here on The Fan begins at 5 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app. See who's heating up. Injuries are affecting the NBA playoffs. You want to identify that guy who benefits from that, whose numbers will go up. Once the game starts, things get real interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everyone? Happy Saturday. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits of the Pomp and Joe Show with you. I'm hanging out at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh on the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard. Hanging out until 4 o'clock today, so come say hello at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram store, where they say we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers. It's Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease leader. They are Pittsburgh's Jeep and Ram store, so come down, come say hello. The corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard. You can also visit jeepatpittsburgh.com for all the details. Bring in your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. No waiting, no games, just straightforward pricing. I'm here until 4 o'clock, so come down, come say hello at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram lease leader. Come say hello to your friend Limits, and they'll take care of you on this Saturday.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know, but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with the free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mag.Bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.Bid and on the free app.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, May 16th and Saturday, May 17th. Come see the one and only Rochelle Ryan, only at Cheerleaders.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crowley here for Window Nation. May marks the start of rising temperatures. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
You know what it's time to do right now? As we get back into the program, it's time to call a doctor. And we have the doctor in the house, and that's Dr. H in Wexford. Dr. H, what is your prognosis and what is your idea? What are we doing, Doc?
You know, the Steelers' main problem is the Roonies, in my opinion. I kind of agree with the last caller. They said in the offseason we were going to have sweeping changes in the coaching room, and none of those changes occurred, even with the assistants on both ends. You have problems in the trenches on both sides of the ball, and you still have Pat Meyer and Carl Dunbar coaching on those sides of the ball when they got demolished in the trenches. I think if you're the Roonies and you really like Tomlin, you would need to force better assistance onto his staff, or you start from scratch and get rid of Mike Tomlin. As much as I love Mike Tomlin, I've been a Tomlin guy for years, but I think when you have a cancer and you got to cut it out, you can't just let it fester, and that's just how it is.
And one thing that came out, I'm not sure if it was accurate, but I saw it. The Roonies, by the way, are the poorest NFL owners in the league. And I think it shows in what you're talking about, because you know what those really high-quality coordinators cost? Big money. They cost a lot of money. And I don't think, they'll spend to the cap, which is great. And I respect the heck out of that. But all the other areas where you can really improve your franchise with financial, investments aren't made. They're just not. And they're notoriously low paying for their assistant coaches. So maybe Tomlin has been hamstrung in that area. And I'm not one for making excuses for Mike Tomlin. I'm not. You know that. But that's an area where I think he's been limited.
I agree. The times when he was successful is when he had old Coach LeBeau coaching the defense.
Damn straight.
And they used to go at it all the time, him and Tomlin. And when you have a coach like LeBeau standing up to Tomlin, calling the defense, making the right calls, they had a successful relationship because Mike wasn't always in charge of the entire defense, and he had to listen to the experience of a Hall of Fame coach like LeBeau. If you have good assistants holding you accountable, you're not going to appear as much of a tyrant, and that's the issue.
And sadly, Bill Cowher, he was blessed with great coordinators and great coaches. And you know what he did that was so special? He let them coach. He let them do their thing. And you can tell that Mike's just one of those control guys, man. He's not letting anybody breathe. And it doesn't really matter who your assistant coaches are if their ideas aren't welcomed, if their ideas are not implemented, if their ideas aren't seriously considered. And I don't think they are.
That's correct. That's why if you look at Mike Tomlin's coaching tree, no one's been successful after leaving his coaching tree.
Nope. And I think that's so telling. You should be not only, if he's imparting his unbelievable wisdom to his staff, if they're witnessing great coaching happening in front of them, that should be building them up to go do it somewhere else, to do it on their own, because they're learning from such a great godlike coach. But it ain't happening, is it? It's just not.
No.
And you're right about that. And the fact that, I'll say it a million times more, what you don't condemn, you condone. So whatever Mike's doing and has been doing for the last 10 years has not been condemned. So guess what? It's being condoned by Art II. Period. And it's festering. And it's starting to kind of rot a little bit and smell a little bit. And now you have career Steelers like Cam and TJ Watt and Minka. Minka's not a lifelong Steeler, but what the hell are they going to leave, as far as their resume? No playoff wins, no Super Bowls, no conference championships, no anything. They got nothing. They've done nothing. The Killer Bees did nothing. All that talent, nothing. They didn't win anything. And all that's okay, and everyone out there nationally is just singing the praises of Coach T.
I think people sing his praises because he's such a player's coach. He's so patient with these players.
Yeah. Boy, wasn't that George Pickens experiment wonderful? I love watching him pout. I love watching him being talked to on the sideline. I love watching him not block. I love watching him not try. I loved watching him just be an absolute clown. I love Kirk Herbstreit and then Thursday night going, I've never seen this from the Steelers. They just quit. They just quit. I've never seen a Mike Tomlin coach team quit. They just quit. And guess what? I've never seen a team coached, by anyone, have this reputation as being so tough and so dominant when you allow the opposing team with the lead to hold the ball for over 10 minutes. Like Philadelphia did. Or the Ravens with 299 yards rushing. Is that Steeler DNA? Is that Steeler toughness? No, it's getting freaking schooled and boat raced. And that's what happens each and every year. But it's fine because everyone loves Coach T.
Hey, the standard is the standard.
It used to be. It used to be. Doctor, thank you. I'm glad you make house calls. I appreciate it. All right. The doctor. Some of that blame has to go to the top. It absolutely does. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. They have Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yay? Yay. All right, Dylan's been hanging in there for a good while. Dylan, sorry it took you so long. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I've never been better. Thanks so much for asking.
So, a couple points here. Agree with some of the previous callers. I look at the Baltimore Ravens coordinators. Every single year over the last 15 to 18 years, they lose multiple coordinators every single year. The only reason Todd Monken is staying around is to win a Super Bowl, and then he's out of town. Okay, so that's point number one. Not a single flippant coordinator that has worked with Tomlin has ever gone on to do anything else with any other franchise. Number two, letting Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, but more so Fields in my opinion, walk was a complete and utter disgrace. You put Fields and Wilson in a second-year offense, keeping Pickens, even though he's a basket case, but just deal with me here for a second. You throw either one of those quarterbacks in a second-year offense, and I think the ceiling is higher than Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. My third point, this is a star-driven league. Offensively, they have one star, and he hasn't yet played a snap under Tomlin and DK Metcalf. On the opposite side of the ball, you only have one star in TJ Watt, and I see him leaving town in the next 1 to 2 years. I honestly think if they can stop drinking the Kool-Aid up in Cleveland, I think the Browns could compete with the Steelers for fourth place in the division this year. And I haven't even mentioned Tomlin and what the Rooneys are thinking and doing. I have never seen the franchise. I'm 34 years old. I've never seen the franchise in such a bad spot in my entire life. And it's painful to watch.
But
it's
Dylan,
painful to go down there and spend $280 on a ticket.
They've never had a losing season, Dylan. Dylan, they've never had a losing season. They're always in the playoff hunt. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Well,
are you a spoiled Steeler fan? You're spoiled. You're spoiled, Dylan. How dare you?
I'm not a Steeler fan. I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and my franchise is a top 3 franchise in the NFL on massive amount of metrics. I like a quality rivalry. Steelers, Ravens, it was the best rivalry in football
ever.
Did
I ever witness? And I love, Peter King, when he was doing that great, Monday morning quarterback, he would just say, why can't they just play every week? That's what football is supposed to be. With Troy Polamalu with a game-winning touchdown to get in. I mean, those games, and I got to cover all of those games and be at all those games and be in the locker room after those games. Those games were football. Those games were real. That was the standard, brother. That was the standard. And they're so far away from that right now. That's what I think makes me so sick to my stomach. They're nowhere near that at level right now. Not even close, not even sniffing that level.
No. Yeah, it's just they're my favorite games of the season to watch. And it's just hard to see what's going on right now. I live in Pittsburgh. As a Ravens fan, a little bit of a tough life, but such is everything.
You sound like you're doing okay.
It's just, I just don't know. I think an intelligent 20-year-old could go into that front office right now and make some changes and see a better product.
I agree.
Maybe it takes a year or two, but let's hire some analytic guys from a couple Ivy League schools here.
Let's try something different. Yes, Dylan. Dylan, I got to run to the top of the hour. Thanks. I really appreciate it. And thanks for living here and being a respectable, Ravens fan. We appreciate you, Dylan. Frank and Joe, I got to go to the top of the hour. We're going to get there, then we're going to get right to you out of the break. I hope that works for you. Do you yell? Oh, this is like my dad. God bless him. Do you yell at the radio while listening to us because you think you can do better? Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove it. Come out to the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 and take part in our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try and find the next top host in Pittsburgh. We'll pick 2 winners from each location. Go to that final winner. Will be the newest part of the part-time talent added to our roster. For more information, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com. All right. Jolie with an update. Jeff Hathorn in the not-too-distant future with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show for you as the Bucks and Phils go at it at 6:05. Frank and Joe, hang in there. I'll be right back at you right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucco legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Hey, it's Crowley. Join me and True Fan Travel when we take over Dublin this fall when the Black and Gold plays across the pond. Hotel, airfare, pregame party, and game tickets. Information at 937thefan.com's event page or truefantravel.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates and Phillies. Game 2 of their series tonight from Citizens Bank Park is a couple hours away at 6:05. 5 o'clock is going to be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn getting you set for the game. Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler. Looking at the PGA Championship right now, Scotty Scheffler has jumped into the lead in a tie with Siwoo Kim, Bryson DeChambeau, and Jonathan Vegas among those who are 6 under, John Rahm and Davis Riley among those who are 5 under. Updates from Quail Hollow brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 4 with Paul Alexander.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. 4th and final. Let's do it. Let's finish strong. Jeff Hathorn in the house. He will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. That comes your way at 5 o'clock. In the meantime, let's go to Frank in Mount Washington. Hello, Frank.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I've always been a fan of you and Pompiani. So I am so tired of hearing that Mike Tomlin is a player's coach and that he's some great coach who is, aced the mediocrity class. It's just a shame. So
It's tired.
That's really all I have to say, bro.
You know what, Frank? It's very tired. And you know what? Players, coaches don't win.
They don't. No.
They don't. They just don't. They make it's like, everybody's favorite teacher, everybody's favorite this. I mean, there are exceptions. I mean, sometimes, kids in particular can recognize how tough love and discipline show that someone really cares. I mean, the fact that George Pickens was okay here for 3 years means that Mike Tomlin's not okay, in my opinion. That guy was showing up late. That guy was not working hard. He wouldn't block for his teammates. You know what? He was a god-awful, multi-talented clown. I mean, that's all he is.
Teammate.
The guy's a clown. I mean, you only win when your best players are your hardest workers with good character. That's when you win championships. That's what they had the last time they won a Super Bowl. And the time before that. Their best players were great character guys that worked their asses off. Period.
No doubt, my friend.
And they still have some good guys. Don't get me wrong. You too, Frank. I appreciate it. That's the formula. That's the formula. And creating that is an art. Drafting people that not only fit what you need athletically, but fit the playing for something more important for themselves, playing for teammates, playing for the front of the jersey instead of the back of the jersey. You know all the cliche sayings, but they become cliches because they're true. They are actually true. Now, we have information overload. We have the ability, if you really are just a sports nut like I was growing up, I had to look hard to find information. I had to devour the newspaper. I had to subscribe to the Sporting News and Sports Illustrated and read, wait till Thursday when my Sports Illustrated would come and basically read that cover to cover, get the Sporting News. I think I got that on Tuesday. I would read that cover to cover, and I would devour everything I could. I would listen to Billy and Stan and Myron almost every night if I could. And that wasn't as easy either. I wasn't carrying around a phone that had an app where I could listen to everything. So we are very, very well informed now. But we still don't seem to understand what's missing when it is. And what's missing is, as someone just pointed out, stars. I remember when, Pitt was just tantalizingly close, and we all know about the Villanova game, but I was like, what's the magic to get into a Final Four? Well, you're going to have 2 first-round NBA draft picks in general. And again, there's always exceptions. But, and then you start looking at, the teams that win national championships in college football. You know what they have? A boatload of NFL talent. However, sometimes the talent isn't all that different from one team to another. But the team that somehow has like a Nick Saban or whoever, just throw in a name that demands, they do it his way or they don't get to play. That they demand you block. They demand that you do this. They demand that you do that. Or you know what? You don't play. And that's the one thing that you can do. The only way these guys are going to get paid millions is they get to show off their ability. They get to rack up the stats. They get to fill up the score sheet. And when you take that away, then you're in control. When you demand accountability and responsibility, you're in control. I remember, I think it was Tunch, and God bless he and Wolf. I missed those guys. I love those guys. Tunch would say that Chuck Noll never had to say anything to him. If he gave him a certain look, it basically, he said some things that I'm not going to repeat, but it basically paralyzed him with fear. Now, we're not going to have that happen today. These guys make too much money. They don't care. But you need to draft and curate an atmosphere and a culture, there's that word, a culture where everybody there knows it's bigger than them. And, I know Ben's doing a great job with his podcast now and everything else. And finally, when all the Bettises and the Wards and all those other guys were gone, and Ben was what was left over with the Killer Bees. You know what Ben was not? He wasn't that leader. He wasn't that guy like Jerome Bettis or James Ferrier, and I could go on, Aaron Smith, and, the snack. Those guys, they were just loaded with character guys that Ben just had to be a great player, which he was. But when it came time for it to be about, Ben's team, this was all Ben's team. He was never voted captain, never voted MVP. Just because he wasn't that guy, not because he was a great player. Game on the line, last couple of minutes, he's one of a select 2 or 3 that you want as your quarterback with everything on the line. That last drive against Arizona in Tampa to win that Super Bowl, unfreaking believable. Starting with a 10-yard holding penalty for all things. I'll never forget that as long as I live. What an unbelievable game that was, and what an unbelievable player. You know, just look at Ben's. Some people every once in a while put together a compilation of Ben's highlights. He was a freaking beast. But he was only required when they were doing really good things to be the great player. The other guys were going to handle all of the, the locker room stuff. All of the keeping guys on the straight and narrow. When guys get out of line, they just, pull them aside and say, we don't do that here. But there's none of that going on anymore. None of that's happening. And really, as one of our callers pointed out just a bit ago, name their star players. It's still about the stars. And the stars have to perform. First of all, you got to have them. And then they really got to play. They got to make plays. And it's just, there's so much missing right now that it's frustrating. That's why when I was sending out my invitation for you to listen and participate today, I said, please distract me from the absolute hell that we're all in as Steeler, Pirate, and Penguin fans. We're in a little state of hell. And it's not getting better anytime soon. Whether Aaron Rodgers comes out of his hole or his darkness, do you think that really is going to save the Steelers this year? I understand. I love when people have eternal optimism, but you have to have a little realism as well. And Aaron Rodgers ain't saving this team this year. Know that. Let's go to Ty on the road. Ty, what's going on? Oh, Ty disappeared. What happened? Ty, are you okay? Damn. That always scares me. He was there, then poof, he was gone. Ty is gone. Damn. Okay. You know what? I have the PGA Championship on two huge screens right in front of me right now, and I have no idea what's going on. Oh, Scotty, there's a shock. Scotty Scheffler's in the lead. Is he any good? Although Vegas is back to 1 under for the day. No, 1 over for the day. He started the day at 8 under as the, first and second round leader. Now he's tied for the lead with Scotty. Now, if it comes down to those two tomorrow, you know who's winning, right? You just do. Man, is he good. And he's another one. You want to talk about someone that's really, really easy to root for? Yeah, that's him. That's 100% him. But there's a lot of guys out there that I really like. And I was really hopeful that Jordan Spieth would be around tomorrow to try to complete his Grand Slam. He's now up to 10 years of needing the PGA to complete it. You already got an Open, a U.S. Open, and a Masters. That's what left Arnie out of the Grand Slam, was a PGA. Damn, bet you that haunted him. Such a competitive, amazing guy. Anyway, so Scotty Scheffler and Vegas and Siwoo Kim. And, Bryson's hanging around. He is now 6 under. I wonder if they're going to get all this in today. I know they started with threesomes on both nines. Anxious to see. They had a severe weather situation outside of Charlotte, so let's see how they do. Yeah, they have, what time is it? Oh, we're only at 4:20. Yeah, they have another at least 3 hours. They should get this in. Yeah, they're going to get all this in. But they had to use both tees, and they had to have threesomes instead of twosomes. All right, so we're all right. I think they had like a 3 or 4 hour delay. Anyway, 412-928-9370. It is funny how we always get back. We live in a Steeler town. Now, if the Pirates ever take control of their own season, and this is something I've always sent out, I have a lot of really good friends that are very high up in the Pirates organization, and I love them, and I root for them, and I want them to do well. And all I ever say to them, if you want everything that we can do for you, simply don't suck. And that's where the bar is. If right now they were around 500, we'd have Bucko fever. if they were right around 500 right now, 1 or 2 game up, 1 or 2 games down, if they were hovering around 500 right now, we'd have a lot of cases of Bucco fever. People would be going to the games. People would be calling, what about this guy? Can they get that? What about this guy? He's playing really well. This guy, oh, I'm so glad they brought him in. This guy's going to do well. What about when Jared Jones gets back? What do we? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But we can't have any of that now. Why? Because they suck. And that's no one's fault but theirs. So don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at anybody. Look inside. Look in the mirror. Look at the organization. Fix it. It's no one else's fault. Fix it. Get better. Don't suck. That's it. And you would own this town during your season. This is your season that you're allowing to be like Tomlinized. We're talking about the draft and Tomlin and Steelers. And then, you know what? The Steelers schedule it. You know what? They start playing games in September. It's not even close to September, thankfully. We get to have a summer before September. And the Pirates are supposed to get us to September and maybe even a little bit beyond. But they can't, and they don't. And that's on them. And there was a time all that not long ago where the Penguins would make up for the lack of Pirates, and they'd take us into June. They did that. They were allowed to do that. They were allowed to win playoff games and playoff series and make noise well into the early part of summer. They were allowed to do that, but they quit doing that too. So we're forced to talk about this nonsense that we're going to talk about until September. Maybe that's when Aaron Rodgers makes a decision. Well, you know, it is the night before the first game. Is Aaron Rodgers still coming? Is he going to come? Is he going to be the quarterback? Oh, my gosh. This is so pathetic. We were one of the greatest sports towns in history, and we still are from a fan perspective. Guess what? Our teams aren't. Our teams suck. You guys are all still great. I still love all of you. But I'm not liking our teams very much. I hope you don't blame me. Anthony, I got to go to Jolie right here, but hopefully you have a little time. You can wait until we get to you right out of the break right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Carmen Majinski up against Zach Wheeler tonight when the Pirates take on the Phillies at 6:05. From Philadelphia, our coverage on The Fan begins at 5 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Picture mom. She's not just mom. She's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours, and so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you, she raised the bar, okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luc Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros, both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you.
Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more.
$200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage at the Brewery. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Live. Their latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com or at pittsburghbrewing.com/events. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just want to say thank you to Jolie and to all of you, because I haven't done this in a while, and I am just having an absolute blast. And you guys are getting me through this. Very cathartic to be able to talk about how awful our teams have become. People go to sleep on the job. What happened? Let's go to Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, what happened?
Paul,
what happened?
Paul, let's give them a history lesson. You and I are older gentlemen. We saw when this was a once fine, great organization, the Pittsburgh Pirates, when the Galbraith family owned it, and a complete architect named Joel Brown.
And Anthony, I'm going to give you a point. I just want to say, and imagine, I mean, the Galbraiths, they're Ohio State people, and they were still phenomenal.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, think about that. They were phenomenal. I went to their farm outside of Columbus. What an amazing place that is.
Yes.
Wow.
But they turned their operation over. They weren't baseball people, but they hired Joel Brown, who was, and he had that Caribbean pipeline. He knew how to draft and develop. People. You're too young to understand this, this was one of the best organizations in all of Major League sports.
No question.
And what happened was when the Galbraiths got out of the business, and they did us all a favor, folks, because this team was on its way to Nashville if it wasn't for the business community. And at that time, we had some very good businesses. We had about 9 or 10 corporate headquarters in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we were we were third in the country in corporate headquarters. Number 3.
Yes, I worked at the U.S. Steel building, and I worked in most of their offices. I worked when I was a union rep. So, yeah, I know, and they saved the team. I think they bought the team for like $4 million.
Yeah, and Kevin McClatchy was a big part of that as well. Huge part of the he saved baseball in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, with the stadium. But remember, he came in later after those corporations in the city got out of owning it, because Westinghouse was part of that. Mm-hmm. The old Westinghouse that you worked for,
Group W.
That's right. They were part of buying the team.
Yep.
So here's what the Pirates need. And this is why, folks, here's something that's just going to blow your minds. Out of 40 years, because in 85 is when all this happened, they've only had 6 years where they made the playoffs and 34 years when they haven't. That's an embarrassment. And it all stems from ownership. You need a Thomas Tall. You need one of these guys who from the Steelers. One of those. What's his name? Thomas Tall. Yeah,
100%.
Or David Tepper type. That's what we need. You need someone like that who wants to compete.
Wants
Thomas
to win.
Tall, yes, win and compete with the other owners. You have to have someone like that, like they have up here in New York. That guy will spend whatever it takes because he wants to compete with the Yankees and he wants to compete with the Dodgers. But we don't have that.
And sadly, Anthony, it's now trickled down to the Steelers. The Rooneys were just revealed to be the lowest earning or the lowest value of any owner in the NFL.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe it's time to do something different. But let's focus on them, the Pirates, because a lot of people aren't familiar with this as you and I are. We understand what it takes for a small market. And the reason why the Pirates had to draft and develop, folks, even during that period when Joel Brown ran the team, is because a market size, Pittsburgh was still small compared to the Yankees and Chicago's and the LA's. So you had to draft and develop, Paul. You know that.
100%. And that, I mean, you just look at someone like Tampa, which doesn't spend any more money than the Pirates, really. No. Look what they do, and they not only draft and develop, they also know when to trade and how to trade.
Yes. Paul, I've said for 5 or more years, I said, why do the ownership here keep hiring people from these other organizations instead of get the second in charge of Tampa who knows how to do it?
Correct.
That's
well, I will give Bob Nutting credit for hiring Cherington, who had had success. They made the assumption that he knew what he was doing, and sadly, he was exposed. He was exposed. He didn't know what he was doing.
He came from the Red Sox, though.
Correct.
Where they had money, though. You got to go to a franchise who knows how to do it without money. What's the shame is the commissioner should get involved here. Because what this man has done to this franchise is despicable. If the commissioners kick Marge Schott out, then kick this guy out because he's destroyed an institution here. The Pirates are 30 years?
Yeah, at least 130. Yeah, and we gotta. Here's the other part too. They get a lot of help from taxpayers.
Yes.
I mean, they're not just another business.
Yes. And that's what you brought up McCatchy, right?
Yes.
Well, he did. The architects of that. And don't forget now, Sophie Masloff also.
We need to have separate stadiums. They thought she was crazy.
Yes.
That ballpark is still and has been the best thing the Pirates have had since they were built in 2001.
And that's why you could get an owner to do it who's got money bags.
But you know what? You need an owner willing to sell.
But he's going to have to be forced to sell. Because and that's where the government has to step in. That's where Major League Baseball has to step in.
I agree.
The other owners cannot be happy with this.
Because he's printing money.
Yes, he's making money, but his team is invisible. And if somebody would have walked into your office, Paul, and said, "We're going to sign Tommy Pham," Paul, you know what you would have done? You'd opened your door.
Get out and stay out. You're done. Get out, stay out. You're done.
I mean, so Paul, so we gave him a history lesson, Paul.
Yeah.
Because we know what this franchise used to look like because it was enjoyable. And they could compete with they could compete with 4 20-game winners and beat them. Not once, but twice.
In Game 7 on the road.
Yes. Paul,
in Game 7 on the road.
71 and 79, you beat the Baltimore Orioles. People had 4 20-game winners in both of those years, and the Pirates still beat them.
And Brooks Robinson.
Yes, and Frank Robinson.
and the other Robinson, too.
Hey, can I say something quickly before we go off the air?
Absolutely.
You know what? I had the fortune to meet Pete Rose back in the day. He used to come over when the Reds would come to town. And I got a story from a black ball player who told me that why a lot of the black players liked Pete Rose because he stood up for the black players in Cincinnati in the early 60s.
That's a very racist town.
Stay away from them. You know that story?
I do not, but I know Cincinnati's infamous for being a pretty racist town.
Yeah, and he was told to stay away from the black players, and he refused.
Good.
Vada Pinson and Frank Robertson and Lee May were his best friends. And where he stood and told those whites who were discriminating against the black players, he stood, and he was just a young guy. But he'll always be indebted to a lot of us in the black community. Well, those of us who know that story about what he did for those black players in Cincinnati, and he took a risk because he was a Cincinnatian himself, but he took a risk by doing that in the 60s.
And actually, that is unfortunately the only good story I've ever heard about Pete Rose and his character. But I'll take that. I mean, that's something.
That's one of the best.
That's something. 100%. 100%.
Yeah,
oh, thank you, Anthony.
Paul.
No, I love that. Believe me. That actually changed. Thanks, Anthony. That actually changed my overall opinion of Pete Rose because he gambled and bet against his team as the manager. That's a fact. The Dowd report showed that. And Bart Giamatti, who loved Pete Rose and loved baseball, was then the commissioner of baseball. That basically killed him, having to throw him out of baseball. So that's why I've never been. But now there was a redeeming quality. Let's go to Dennis in Cheswick. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Paul, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I saw you at that game in Philly. You're not going to believe this. You were leaning over that bullpen talking to Steve Carlson. I saw you.
I was heckling him. I'm saying, hey, one day I'm going to be a reporter. Why won't you talk to the media?
Was you heckling him?
I was heckling him. Yes. I hate all things Philadelphia, Dennis. All things.
I didn't care for that catcher, Tim McCarver. He was a bonehead.
Yeah, it's just a lot of the players I kind of liked. Their fans are just ridiculously idiotic.
They pulled the national anthem.
They booed Santa. They booed Santa. And threw snowballs at him.
Town, though. It's the city of brotherly love, though, Paul.
No, it is most certainly not. It's most certainly not. Oh,
hey, Paul, I'm gonna be 72 in August. Pete Rose never juiced up, correct? That's why I want to see him in the Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah. Now that he's dead, he can get in. But here, are you a big Steelers fan, Dennis? Did you love the Steelers of the 70s?
Oh, I grew up with them. I worked in a steel mill, Paul, for 31 years.
Now, Dennis, you can't hate the baseball players that juiced when we know the 70s Steelers were the juiced of the juiced. They were the most juiced of the juiced ever.
Not Terry Bradshaw.
Well, no, the entire offensive and defensive lines.
Joe Green.
Probably not Joe Green.
L.C. Greenwood.
Not sure. But all the offensive linemen were juiced.
Not Jack Ham, not Mike Webster.
No.
I mean,
Webby was. Yeah. I mean, come on.
And that Jack Lambert was
No, but
who do you think was, Paul? I don't know. No, you know this.
Yeah, they. I don't want to disparage them, but The only thing I want to say is if you're going to hate the baseball players that juice, then you got to kind of go, well, I guess the Steelers kind of did that too. And they did.
It's the first time I heard this.
Now, go Google Steve Corson, who, almost died of a heart ailment. He juiced so much that his heart almost blew up, but he somehow fixed that Steve Corson. He had 22-inch arms. I mean, he was a human. Yeah, he played guard. He was a human steroid at one point. But
was he?
Yes, he was. And John Cole. But, I mean, I hate doing all this, but I just you can't rip the baseball players and ignore the fact that a lot of NFL guys are pretty juiced, and a lot of your favorite guys.
I would imagine now, yeah. But
no, that's when it all came into vogue, was in the 70s, and they were doing.
I can't see. Go ahead.
No, it just. Dennis said, I don't want to go into name. I'm not going to name. I shouldn't have named any names, and I feel bad. Steve's no longer with us, but believe me when I tell you, they were ahead of the curve when it came to performance-enhancing drugs. They were the best.
How did Chuck Noll put up with it? How did Chuck Noll put up with it?
I'm sure he didn't know.
Didn't know.
I would imagine.
Chuck Tanner didn't know. He stayed in his office. He had to know what was going on. Dave Parker was going crazy with that stuff.
I don't know about that.
Del Bear, remember Del Bear?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was a bad period in time. And Dennis, I got to run. Thanks so much for the call, and I hope you have a very happy birthday very soon. Surfer Rob, you will be my next caller out of the next break, and you can fill me in on what's going on with the PGA because it's on, but I can't concentrate on it. So yeah, you got to fill me in with what's up and what you think. Okay, and that'll be our final segment. That's crazy, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jets are at the Stars at 8 o'clock tonight. Dallas, with a win, can head to the Western Conference Finals to take on Edmonton. Pirates take on the Phillies tonight at 6:05. 5 o'clock will be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn just under 20 minutes from now. Carmen Majinski set to take on Zach Wheeler in the pitching matchup. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know what's crazy is seeing what muscles actually look like underneath the fat. If you're like me, you knew there was muscle there all of those years because you would lift, you would weight train, you could feel it, but being able to see it is a game changer. I looked at my numbers, I looked at my stats with Awaken 180 weight loss. The muscle loss was minimal. The fat loss was huge with Awaken 180. I lost 50 pounds of basically all fat. If you work out and hope that there's muscle underneath there, you should want to see it. That should be a goal of yours. It's motivating. It helps. It keeps you going. And you can't just do that with the gym. Losing fat is all about nutrition. And Awaken 180 got me there, and it will for you too. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Crowley here for Window Nation. May begins the start of rising temperatures. Hot, hot, hot. Beat the heat. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until, 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty. You'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers and select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling, always online, schultzford.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I love when things are as they should be. Time indeed does fly when you're having fun. And I just had a blast. I want to get right to the surfer. He's Surfer Rob. Rob, there's no surfing in State College, is there?
Now, the last time I talked to you about this, years ago, you guys made fun of me and said, "Where are you surfing at State College? Down Logan Branch?"
What about Port Matilda?
Like
what about Port Matilda?
In Spring Creek, and I laughed and I said, "You know what? When the water's up, you could actually do that."
Exactly.
But yeah, so no. It's just kind of like my handle now, and
I like it.
I hurt my shoulder. I hurt my shoulder. This will be the third summer I can't surf. I'm working on it though. And
That
I'm no
sucks.
kid anymore. So yeah, but listen, I wanted to kind of give you a little talk about golf in general, but the PGA that's going on and the Live Tour. I hate it.
I know, it's such
Why
a joke.
did this ever happen? And, I was such a rooter of the old school guys like Phil Mickelson. I hope he loses every match he goes into now.
Yeah, he's
But the
done.
one guy
He's old. He's
the
done.
one guy that's fun, though, is Bryson DeChambeau.
Absolutely. He's a
There-
character in a
there's
good way.
Yeah, there's a guy I'll root for. I wish they'd either get these players back to have one tour again and stop all the BS.
I just know that right now that's the old toothpaste back in the tube thing. I don't know how they do that. The Saudis gave these guys. I mean, John Rahm got $600 million. Dustin Johnson, who now can't even make a cut, they gave him $300 million. They gave all these people, hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're gonna get their pound of flesh out of that. I love the fact that they do get to play in the majors, so we do get to see really the best players in the world playing against one another, which is a joy for most of us. But yeah, Live's a joke. I mean, a shotgun start and only 54 holes, that ain't never going to fly. It's not going to fly.
Yeah. How do they compete? How do they stay in golf shape?
Well, they don't. I mean, I'm watching Rahm right now. Rahm's making some noise at 7 under, so he's one that you can tell really regrets what he had done. But how do you turn down $600 million?
Too.
I'm sorry, I couldn't spell no. If someone offered me $600 million, I couldn't spell no.
Yeah, how are they going to give it back, even if they wanted to?
Yeah, they can't. I mean, I'm sure the contract does not even, get close to allowing them to do that. But I guess we still have the majors. They're trying to make these signature events on tour. There's some great young players on the PGA Tour that haven't, gone to Live. So I think the golf is still great. The game itself is great on every level, everywhere. People are playing it like crazy. So golf is in a great place. Professionally, it's still kind of a mess.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Anyway, it's really cool, I think, what you were talking about, seeing these younger players, but they come out of nowhere, but they can hit the ball a mile off the tee.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
They seem to know where it's going. I can't do either.
My life, Paul, my best drive I ever hit was on the blue course, 352.
Ooh.
And that was one out of, how many thousand times did I tee up a ball, That was only one good one I ever
now,
hit.
I'm
a pretty good guy.
Have you played top trees?
Yes.
Well,
and
back in the day, back in the day, I was a member there for many years, and we were playing Persimmon and Bellata, and we would always play the back tees. We'd play the tips, and when you played number 9 from the tips, it was a 245-yard carry over the water. And I had to bail out to the right. I couldn't generate enough to confidently go over the water. Then they introduced the tailor-made burner bubble. And a friend of mine owned a pro shop in State College, and I said, "Hey, I want the driver and the 3-wood. Hook me up." And I'll tell you what, I never even thought twice about that water again.
Really?
Never even thought twice. So the technology and the equipment made a huge difference in that regard, an absolute huge, huge difference. But now they're worried about making all courses obsolete because these guys are playing, driver wedge on 500-yard par 5s or 500-yard par 4s.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
It's stupid how far they hit the ball.
My big driver in the day when I was hitting them at 350 kind of once in a while, I had one of the first Callaway
Big Berthas.
But it was a 350. It's a 350 cc.
Oh, that was a huge head back in the day.
Yeah, but I could hit that thing. I wish that I never got rid of that club. I traded it in on, I think it was the Great Biggest Bertha. And I regretted it to the day and couldn't get it back. You couldn't find them anywhere.
No, they were a big difference maker. So much fun. Well, listen, Surfer Rob.
Ever had, Paul?
What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I got licensed by Ping at a golf facility in Maryland where I was a club fitter and sold, many different types of clubs. But I got my licensing through Ping and actually did club fittings. You want to talk about a fun job?
Oh my
man, I love the heck out of that.
Because guys, once
That's
they
it for me today, Paul.
once they get fitted, their swing gets a whole lot better. Surfer Rob, thanks so much. I got to run. I'm getting out of here. I got to get out of Jeff Hawthorne's way. He's kind of like a big deal, so I got to get out the way. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Check out the first episode of Breaking Bread presented by Saloni's Italian Bread. Hannah Mears sits down for lunch with Chris Muller, and the two talk about Hannah's career and her road and more. Breaking Bread is on 93.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Plus, find out who Hannah thinks is the funniest athlete she's ever encountered. Available only on Saloni's Instagram page. Okay, I do have to get out the way. Joel Nelson, always spectacular in every way. Always love the time I get to spend with him. Thanks so much for spending time with me. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Looks like it's sunny and still pretty breezy out there, but hopefully we have some nice weather for the rest of our weekend. I hope you enjoy it. Stay positive. I know there's a lot of negativity out there, and our teams have been a little bit shady, but we still love them somewhere deep down. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care, everybody.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app. See who's heating up. Injuries are affecting the NBA playoffs. You want to identify that guy who benefits from that, whose numbers will go up. Once the game starts, things get real interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 5th and 6th. The Fan hosts will once again be raising funds for local VFDs. Go to 937thefan.com to learn how you can donate. Brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers, Charles Leach Insurance, True Green, Firehouse Subs, Keystone Custom Apparel, and True Fan Travel. At Get-Go Cafe and Market, mealtime is bred to be different. Let them prove it with their new Ancient Grain Ciabatta sandwiches, or dip their new all-white meat chicken nuggets in your fave sauce. Hungry yet? Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Call Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, May 16th and Saturday, May 17th. Come see the one and only Rochelle Ryan, only at Cheerleaders.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Spitzer Toyota, Pennsylvania One Call System, Coors Light, at 365, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Pirates in Philadelphia for Game 2 of the series after losing the opener last night 8-4. Buccos 15-30, Phillies 26-18 on the season. Carmen Mlodzinski, the righty, against Phillies righty and Pirates killer Zach Wheeler. That will be your first pitch at 6:05, and we do not anticipate any rain delays for this game, so that will be nice. Major roster move is going to highlight what we have on tap. Brought to you by Blue Moon and Crafty Jackalope Bar and Grill in Bridgeville. $4, 16-ounce Blue Moon drafts all day on Monday. It's a roster move of a player in the Bucs' biggest trade this offseason. The biggest bring back this offseason finally will start. We don't have a starting lineup yet, but we know he is in it. We'll look at Spencer Horwitz. The rehab is over, the wrist surgery in the offseason. He is active and will join the club and be in the lineup against Zach Wheeler, of all pitchers. We'll also discuss a couple of mistakes made by Don Kelly last night, just to be fair to the new manager. Look at those lineups if they do come out. Philadelphia's got a number of lefties against Mlodzinski. What Zach Wheeler has actually done against the Pirates in his career. And a manager fired today in Major League Baseball. One that was manager of the year just about, 20 months ago? And we'll look at scores and games tonight in Major League Baseball and down on the farm. But let's start with Spencer Horwitz. 5'11", 200 pounds, 27-year-old. Rehab is over, and Horwitz will be the first baseman. And with all the different people that have rotated through first base, with Matt Gorski, by the way, the guy that's going down, robbing Schwarber of a home run last night, and having a few moments, including the home run against the Mets, and the Pirates win in that series. Matt Gorski will go down for Spencer Horwitz. I'm anxious to see what he does. I mean, he's a left-handed hitter. He's decent defensively, but he will be, for all the talk about, man, you need a steady lineup. You need a steady lineup. Well, this is a guy you're going to plug into first base and let him play. In a way, I feel bad for Nick Solak. He comes up, he gets one run, 1 day of run. He can play other positions, but first base will be off the list as Horwitz will get a majority of opportunities, maybe not against a tough lefty, but we're going to see him get chances. 97 games last year with Toronto, 328 at-bats, 19 doubles, 12 homers, 40 driven in, 265 the average. Now the on-base percentage, fairly impressive, 357. His slugging, 433. Not great for a corner position player, but not as bad as we've seen from some of the guys that have played there so far this year. His OPS last year was 790, and I used that number for last year as the most representative because he got a chance to play. Now, Horwitz is also a guy that can play second base. And speaking of second base, it's another move that was made today, actually made yesterday, but because of a rainout didn't happen. We are going to see Nick Gonzalez get his first opportunity for rehab with AAA. So you got Horwitz up with the club. Now you've got Gonzalez starting his rehab. Andy Rodriguez is in his rehab. Man, you would think this offense is going to get better. I never say it's going to get worse because it can. Maybe not tonight against Zach Wheeler that you see it, and not all the pieces are here, but some of those, the injury concerns, not excuses as much, but maybe to an extent, excuse/concern. Those guys are starting to get healthy, and we're going to see Horwitz tonight. We'll bring you the lineup as soon as we have it from the Pirates' point of view. I want to break down last night's game. Man, that's just brutal when you give up 4 runs without a hit driving in any one of them. A pair of walked-in runs, a hit batter drives in a run, and a sac fly drives in a run. Now, if you're on the Philadelphia side, you say, wow, you're opportunistic. You're taking advantage of your opportunities. If you're on the Pirates side, to be fair, if this is Derek Shelton, people are destroying him for leaving Colin Holderman in the game. He comes in the 6th, has a solid inning, and then they thought they could get more out of him. Oh, and you're sitting there and you're holding your breath, and it started okay, and then it just went sideways for Holderman. He comes in, and like I said, it's okay. You get it first out, then you walk Rojas, and then that what was called a hit but could have been an error on Tommy Pham. And then Borucki comes in, and you get that controversial check swing that Don Kelly got tossed on. Then a walk, hit batter with 2 strikes that drives in a run, and the sac fly. And the game was over then, even though the Phillies would add a couple of insurance runs in the 8th inning. Why are you leaving Holderman in there? You get 1 good inning from him. Start Borucki the next day. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it works exactly the same way. But you put a little much on Holderman. And then in the 9th, bases loaded. You're bringing in O'Neal Cruz, who hadn't played since Saturday. Neil Cruz, very, very little pinch hit experience. I get it. He's a guy that with 1 swing could have tied the game. I get it. I understand that part of it. But IKF battles against a lefty that throws 100 miles an hour, who'd given up 1 home run all season. You leave IKF in. It's not where you piece O'Neal Cruz into that game. So a couple of mistakes from Don Kelly last night. The thing I do like about what Kelly has done is when guys have come up from the majors, or from the minors, he's played them. He's going to put them in the lineup. I want to see if Tommy Pham's in the lineup today, because Pham had sat. They sat Pham for a couple of games to play some of the younger guys. Is Canario going to continue out there, or is the matchup against Wheeler just not one that benefits him? And are they going to go with the veteran again? Could Solak play out in the outfield? Let's see what this lineup looks like when it comes out. But we've been talking about all the different options for the Pirates. And it is a North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Pirates and Phillies, 6:05 tonight. Jeff Hathorn with you, with Joel Nelson. But let's look at the hitting prospects. Let's assume there isn't going to be some major trade that's coming soon. So, all right, you've got the 3 guys that are getting healthy. What else is down there? Well, in AAA, you've got Jack Suwinski. You've heard of him. He'll turn 27 in July. Obviously had that big season with the Pirates in 23, and you're waiting for that to happen again. He's hitting .264 with an .837 OPS, not horrible. 2 doubles, 3 homers, 11 RBIs. However, in May, Suwinski's hitting .206 with 13 strikeouts and only 2 extra base hits. You bring up Suwinski when he's hitting .206 in AAA with little power. Nick York, second baseman, right-hand hitter, recently turned 23, came from the Red Sox, first-round pick of the Red Sox out of high school back in 20. 29 games, 4 doubles, 3 homers, 9 driven in all year, hitting .248 with an .678 OPS and a .315 on-base percentage, so even the on-base isn't stellar. Now, York is hitting .302 in May with a pair of homers, so recently he's been better than over the span of this season in AAA, but nothing that hops off the page. If there's one guy that kind of hops off the page, well, he plays corner position, and you just got Horwitz. And Greg, I know you want to see Brian Hayes gone, but he's still there. Was Malcolm Nunez. Nunez recently turned 24. He was acquired from the Cardinals a couple of years ago. He's got 10 doubles, 2 homers, 15 RBIs in 30 games, hitting .316, .346 on base, and an .830 OPS. In May, Nunez is hitting .381 with 2 doubles and 2 driven in. We saw Liover Peguero. Doesn't seem like that's a huge option. He was hitting .268. We saw Ji-Hwan Bae. They bounced him back down. I'm kind of at my end with Ji-Hwan Bae. He might be 4A Ji-Hwan Bae. And Billy Cook is the other one in the trade with the Orioles. He's an outfielder, first baseman, 26. However, in 34 games at AAA this year, Billy Cook has 5 doubles, no home runs, and 12 RBIs. He's hitting .207 with a .555 OPS. As much as you might think, man, call up Cook and York. York's hitting somewhat decently, but Cook's batting .207 with no power. Is that what you want? If you want to go down deeper, Tamar Johnson, the 20-year-old, hitting .260 in AA, .779 OPS. The guy who's been red hot down there is also a guy without a ton of power. Mitch Jebb, the infielder. In 33 games, he's hitting .308 with 5 doubles, 2 triples, 13 stolen bases. He's been really good for Altoona. Jack Brannigan is a shortstop, 24-year-old. He has a 21-game, I believe, on-base streak with 22 driven in, 4 home runs. And there are a couple of guys in high A that are producing, but these aren't options for what's going on with the club right now. And then your best hitting prospect is at the lowest level of your minor league system, Connor Griffin. So that's not an option for you this year. As much as I'll say this about Connor Griffin. If there is a guy that you would think outside the box on and think about, why don't we just skip high A and go right to Altoona and see what this guy can do? I'm all for that with Connor Griffin. I know he's 19. Other 19 and 20-year-olds have done it. I think this guy is different. He is built like he's a 28-year-old. I mean, the dude is huge. He is put together. He is just blowing through high A. 16 stolen bases along with all the hitting. The 316 average, the 7 homers, 22 RBIs, 7 doubles. Connor Griffin will be a guy for me to, let's see what he can do in Altoona soon. But again, that's not likely an option for this year. But those are some of your hitting prospects. Any one of those people think, man, this guy's got to be up. And the hottest hitter right now is Nunez. You going to play him at third? Would you think about telling Jared Triolo to go work on some stuff offensively and bring up Nunez to spell Ke'Bryan Hayes? Ke'Bryan Hayes, with his faults, I think it's the 4th highest batting average on the Pirates. That is not a high bar, but he is hitting better than he has. And Nunez doesn't bring a ton of power. He's had some gap power, but only 2 home runs. Those would be your options if you're looking to make a move. Pirates and Phillies tonight. Carmen Mlodzinski against Zach Wheeler. We'll take a look at the pitching matchup, which seems to be a pretty hefty advantage for the Phillies. Maybe we'll have a Pirates lineup by then as well. It's a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by North Shore Tavern, your home for Steak on a Stone.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. You know what they say, look good, play good. Keystone Custom Apparel is the premier uniform and apparel company for our area's sports teams. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and quality basic apparel options, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered for any budget. Looking for uniforms or a way to raise money for your sports teams? Use Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Phillies hosting the Pirates tonight. Carmen Mlodzinski against Zach Wheeler. We're going to get to the pitching matchup here momentarily, but I want to mention with our youth baseball and softball showcase, I was out at BABA, the Bellevue Avalon Baseball Association, which is, if you've never been, and I hadn't been there before, it is tucked down in this little area where they have 3 fields, a Little League field and 2 for coach pitch / T-ball. And where it is, it's kind of, if you ever gotten into the show Mysteries of the Abandoned, it's where the old Avalon football field used to be for Avalon High School. They still have one of the old goalposts there, and it's one of the ones that looks like an H. It's not one of the modern ones, but they still have some of the stands into the side of the hill, and that's where parents can sit. It's still on one section of it is still there, and the people there were incredible. I mean, here are some parents, a lot of guys, coaching these teams, helping these kids enjoy the game. It was awesome. The people down there, I want to single out one of the coaches, Nick, who's just a good dude. We had a nice conversation about some stuff, and he was doing coach pitch and just trying not to hit any of the kids. And it was a really fun experience, and the people down there were awesome. So I want to thank them. Our youth baseball and softball showcase is presented by Sheets. We partner with the Pirates, who gave away some T-shirts. The kids got really excited. It was fun to see youth get into baseball. And I thank everybody for their hospitality down there in Bellevue and Avalon. Pitching matchup brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and their new location on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Carmen Mlodzinski, 6'2", 220. He'll be 27 next month. He starts for the Pirates. He's 1-3, a 5.20 ERA. This will be his 9th start, 36 1/3, 11 walks, 26 strikeouts, 4 homers, a 154 whip, and a 300 batting average against. However, in 2 starts in May, while he doesn't have a decision, he has a 174 ERA, 10 1/3, a walk, 4 strikeouts, and an 087 whip. Mlodzinski still relies heavily on that four-seamer, throws out about 1/3 of the time at 95 miles an hour. He also throws slider and sweeper, sinker and change only about 10% of the time. Against Philly in his career, it's his first start. He is 1-0, 193 ERA, but only 4 2/3 with a walk and 6 strikeouts. So Mlodzinski's trying to stay in this rotation. He had asked the Pirates, hey, I want to be in the rotation. Give me a chance. Let me show you that I can be part of this group. And this is what he said after a start at home on Sunday about trying to hold off Bubba Chandler, with Jared Jones and Johan Oviedo coming back at some point.
The internal competition is always going to be there. I don't really think with changing faces and new teams and new years that's ever going to go away. Honestly, there's always somebody behind you, and there's always going to be somebody in front of you, unless you're the best player in the world, which I'm not. So there's always going to be a drive to get better, and there's always going to be, you have to continue to get better at this game. What was the second part of that question? I'm sorry, I forgot.
No, it was just with the internal competition, how you handle it, how you deal with all of that.
Yeah, it's just, it's something you do every day. Just, we're all competitors in here, and that's what we enjoy doing, is competing and getting better at this game. So
I think I don't know if cool is the right word. The motivating thing for Mlodzinski is, man, every start is your last. I mean, you've got these guys breathing down your neck. If it's not the 2 guys already in the major leagues they've got a little resume in the majors in Jones and Oviedo, it's Bubba right there. It's Burrows maybe at some point, or Harrington working it together, or we'll see what Barco's health is like. He probably needs a little time, but those guys are building their resumes in AAA. Can he continue this type of – he needs to, because you can see in the bullpen, man, Mlodzinski would be nice in there. It's going to be tempting. There's already been a manager change. Maybe there'll be a philosophy change of, hey, we need you to win now. We've got enough starters. We're going to put you back in the pen. So if you're Mlodzinski, like, every pitch matters. And, of course, you're going up against a pretty good lineup and a pretty good pitcher in Zach Wheeler. The 6'4" righty will be 35 on May 30th. He was a Giants first-round pick back in 2009. Joel, where were you in 2009?
State college and not yet fully into baseball at that point.
It's come a long way. He's 4-1 at 2.95 ERA, 58 innings, 11 walks to 74 strikeouts. He's got an 0.914 whip. However, here's an interesting stat. Zach Wheeler has allowed 8 homers. He has allowed a homer in every game except the last one against Cleveland, when he went 7 innings, giving up no runs, 3 hits, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. He did have 2 rough starts, April 8th and 13th, back-to-back. He gave up a combined 9 runs against Atlanta and St. Louis, but he hasn't given up more than 2 runs in any other of his 7 starts. 4-seamers about 95, so similar stuff with Mlodzinski from a fastball velocity standpoint. But he throws that fastball more at 42% of the time. The sweeper at 13. The sinker is where he struggled this year. He's allowed 4 home runs off the sinker and a .414 batting average off that sinker. He only throws it 12% of the time, but when he does, hitters have been able to jump on it. Now, if it's the splitter, throws it the same amount of time, you're not going to hit that. He's allowed 2 hits and 34 at-bats off the splitter this year. He'll also throw a cutter about 11%, and he'll drop down to 81 miles an hour with the curve at 10% of the time. Against the Pirates in his career, 4-1, a 2.68 ERA in 8 starts, 47 innings, 12 walks, and 60 strikeouts, and a 1.043 whip. So Zach Wheeler against Carmen Mlodzinski. Let's listen to manager Don Kelly from this afternoon. We'll start with what Kelly said about his right-handed starter.
Last time he was out, what do you think you saw in him that makes you believe he can repeat that again?
He did, going 5 2/3, and the fastball command was there. He got ahead of guys. He was in the zone and did a really good job mixing up his pitches and being efficient with them.
What has he done since that leads you to believe that gave him some confidence, a different type of confidence coming into today?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, he's working with Oscar and Strami closely and just continuing to drive that home and get ahead, be in the zone, and throw strikes, get after these guys.
Is there an emphasis with Canario to hit the other way, or is that just his natural thing?
I think it's just a natural thing where he's going out there and, really not trying to do it. These guys, Major League pitchers are so good if they throw it in and we're trying to go the other way. Just trying to allow the pitch and the depth of contact to determine where the ball's going to go instead of trying to really manipulate it all the time. But he did a really good job with that one.
Is there a conscious decision of, we got to give this kid some playing time, see what we got here?
No, that definitely is. He's got some runway. What we're continuing to look at matchup type stuff too and put all of the guys in the best situation possible to utilize their skill set and be in a good position to help us win.
Coach, what's it like to see, Wheeler go on the mound tonight when you guys have to do defensively 1 through 9 to go on the left side of the column?
Yeah, he's obviously he's a heck of a pitcher, and the stuff that he's got, the career he's had, and looking forward to the challenge of facing him tonight.
If I could ask you about Nick Costello and the team you played together with Detroit, what was he like as a younger player?
Man, I'll tell you what, Nick, he's been a heck of a player his whole career. He's really talented as a youngster, and I know he's been here for a few years, but looking back on when we were teammates back in Detroit, and not just the player he's become, but who he's become as a man, husband, father, role model type guy. Can't say enough good things. I'm super proud of Nick for the man he is, but also the career he's had.
I saw that he gave you a couple of cigar boxes. Was that for you, like being a manager? I know you had a baby the other day. Was that for you or for the kids?
Well, I think it was for me. Hannah brought them over, but just pumped for him having another child, and it's really cool for him to think of me in that moment.
Were you around me?
I was, yeah.
It's kind of crazy to see him all grown up now.
Yeah, he's out there shagging BP and running around. It's really cool, and everyone used to tell me when we had kids, time flies, and then you start to see it, and it really does.
He has like a perfect BP now.
Does he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That is crazy.
TK, in regards to the lineup of what we could expect today, is Spence going to be out there getting some time? And if so, do you have any corresponding news for that?
Yeah, Spence will be out there. He'll be at first base tonight. We did off Sikorsky back to AAA. Just pumped to have Spencer back, and just want Spencer to stay within himself and be himself. Go out there and do what he does best, and not try to get a month and a half worth of stuff done in 1 day or 1 week, or just be himself and go out there and play baseball.
What does it mean for Major League Baseball to have Armed Forces Weekend that backs up all the veterans and everybody else, that is serving? I
get chills asking that, because we wouldn't be able to be here and do what we do if it wasn't for the Armed Forces, and just really appreciative of them and what they do for the country and for us, and it's really cool that we have an opportunity to honor them in that way.
How good is it to have Spence as an option in the lineup again?
Oh, awesome. Just to have him back in the bat, the glove, the personality, and just to have him back with the team is great.
And what do you hope Korsky took from this time in the major leagues and can build on going forward?
Yeah, for sure. He did a good job, and he hasn't played much first base. He's getting better over there. We saw the play he made defensively. There was some time. He hit the big home run in New York, moved the ball forward when we were at home with 2 strikes. He continues to get better, and looking forward to him getting consistent at-bats down in AAA.
All right, coming up on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, our thanks to Don Kelly, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. A look around the league and down on the farm. We hope to have a lineup now that it's been official that Spencer Horwitz has joined the team, plus our keys to the game. Pirates-Phillies coming up 6:05 first pitch on the home of the Pirates, 93.7 The Fan.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, guess what we have? A starting lineup for the Pirates. Brought to you by Bet365. We'll start with the Buccos. O'Neal Cruz returns. He's been out a week, at least from game action, non-pinch hitting action, and he leads off in center field with his 8 home runs. Andrew McCutchen is a designated hitter. Brian Reynolds returns to the lineup in right field. Joey Bart behind the plate. And Spencer Horwitz, welcome. You're batting 5th. Your first time in a Pirates lineup, and you're hitting behind Joey Bart and in front of someone that you hit with in AAA, Nick Solak, who is in left. So no Tommy Pham in the lineup for Don Kelly today. Brian Hayes bats 7th at third base. Adam Frazier at second, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa back in the 9 spot with O'Neal Cruz returning. So it's Cruz, McCutchen, Reynolds, Bart, Horwitz, Solak, Hayes, Frazier, and Kiner-Falefa. Bryson Stott will lead off for the Phillies at second base. Then he's a lefty hitter, hitting .268 against righties with 9 extra base hits. He has 1 extra base hit against lefties. So Trey Turner's then second. Bryce Harper picked up his 1,000th RBI last night. Kyle Schwarber, the stud. Here's a stat from Schwarber. Since coming to the Phillies, he's played 509 games and hit 146 home runs in 509 games. That's insane. He is one of the best free agent signings in the last decade, and yet one of the least talked about free agent signings. Nick Castellanos is in right. Max Kepler, the lefty, is in left. JT Realmuto is behind the plate. Alex Boehm is at third, and Brandon Marsh is in center field for the Philadelphia Phillies. I bet to drive in a run tonight. Oh, let's go with the story. Spencer Horwitz to drive in a run this evening. What's at Stake is brought to you by North Shore Tavern, home of Steak on a Stone. It has been 21 straight games of 4 runs or fewer. Could they do that against Zach Wheeler? And avoid a 30-second loss, which would be the second most in the majors. That's what's at stake. Down on the farm, Louisville and Indianapolis have a doubleheader starting just about now. Thomas Harrington in the first game. Nick Gonzalez starts his rehab assignment tonight, the second baseman. It is Bubba Chandler bobblehead night tonight for Indianapolis, and you get 2 games, 7 innings each. Harrisburg and Altoona, 24-year-old Sean Sullivan makes his second start for the Curve. Rome and Greensboro start in about an hour. Friday, Grasshoppers won as Michael Escato homered and drove in 3 runs. Lonnie White Jr. with a home run. Bradenton and Dunedin will start at 6:30 as well. Connor Griffin coming off a 2 RBI performance in a 4-2 win. The managerial change today, 3rd of the season. The Orioles fired manager Brandon Hyde. He was the 2023 Manager of the Year. They were 101-61. Last year, a wild card team in the AL East, where the competition is insane. The money spent is insane. And I would say that Brandon Hyde is another manager who is sacrificed because they didn't do enough in the offseason. And they dealt with injuries. Baltimore has the same number of wins as the Pirates, and they fired their manager today. Around the league, Cubs beat the White Sox 7-3. Pete Crow Armstrong. How about 2 more RBIs? He now has 38 and his 14th stolen base. Brent Suter makes his second start of the season, the 35-year-old for the Reds against the Guardians. Miles Michaelis for the Cardinals in Kansas City tonight. Tobias Myers for Milwaukee against the Twins. Myers, he has a 3.86 ERA, but 10 walks to 11 strikeouts. Mets beat the Yankees today 3-2. Aaron Judge 0 for 5. That is a story. Keys to the Game brought to you by Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville, spitzertoyota.com. Play some small ball. Find a way to get some runs because the call of the game is next. Greg Brown and Matt Capps brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call System. It's the Battle of Pennsylvania.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This Odyssey sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Your Pirates are on the air. Today's game on the Pirates Radio Network is brought to you by Highmark. Highmark is proud to sponsor the Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home. Because life, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh Brewing, makers of Iron City and Icy Light. NSS Life, for low-cost life insurance and high-yielding annuities, it's NSS Life, where family matters. Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates, cheering for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Operating Engineers, partner with Operating Engineers Local 66. Join us at IUOE66.org. Dynegy, powered by Vistra, official energy supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates and PNC Bar. Sheets, why the sheets not? Get a snack after the game. And PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. This is Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
The Pirates take on their cross-state rivals as rivalry weekend continues, and it's game 2 of the Commonwealth Clash between the Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies. Greg Brown along with Matt Capps on the radio side tonight. Our pregame show presented by Highmark. Highmark is proud to support the Pirates everywhere, from home plate to home away from home, because life, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Tonight, Zach Wheeler toes the rubber for the Phillies. 4-1 with a .295 ERA in his first 9 starts. The 34-year-old veteran and 2-time National League All-Star and a Gold Glove winner a couple of years ago goes up against Carmen Mlodzinski. The right-hander will make his 9th consecutive start in 2025. He's 1-3 on the year with an earned run average of .520, but he's pitched very well lately as he continues to build up as a starter, and he went a career-high 5 2/3 shutout innings his last time out. That's 6 days ago against the Atlanta Braves at PNC Park, allowing just 4 hits with a walk and a couple of strikeouts, a no decision in the Pirates' 4-3 victory over Atlanta. Now, he's never actually started a game against the Phillies, but out of the bullpen, he's pitched very well in 5 relief appearances against the Phillies, an earned run average of .193, as he looks to lead the Pirates to a series evening victory tonight, with the rubber match tomorrow and with Paul Skeens on the hill for Pittsburgh in the series finale tomorrow. Last night, the Pirates fell 8-4 the final. They actually took a 3-1 lead into the 7th inning, but the bullpen had a rare bump in the road as Colin Holderman, Ryan Borucki Tanner Rainey and Joey Wentz struggled, giving up 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and the Phillies came back to win it 8-4 to improve their record to 26-18, dropping the Pirates to 15-30. That loss came following a day off on Thursday, which followed the shutout win in New York over the New York Mets, a 4-0 final. The Pirates will get Spencer Horwitz back tonight. He is in the lineup. Horwitz, who was traded over from Cleveland over the winter, but had wrist surgery as spring training was beginning, will make his debut in a Pirates uniform. He's in the 5th spot of the order at first base. Matt Capps will have the starting lineups a little bit later on as we will continue our pregame show following the skipper chatting with Joe Block. Don Kelly will talk to Joe Block in just a moment. Baseball fans, meet Paze, a convenient new online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. Learn more at paze.com. That's PAZE.com. We will continue, and Joe will talk to Donnie next from Philadelphia on the Pirates Radio Network.
When it comes to having a solid lineup, Sheets and the Pirates are like 2 peas in a pod, or more like 2 pitchers in a bullpen. You've got your leadoff hitter, the breakfast burrito. You've got your cleanup slugger, hello, home-style chicken sandwich. And then there's your closer, definitely a milkshake. Because whether you're at a ball game or making a Sheets run, the right order can turn any day into a win. Sheets, the official convenience store of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
At AHN Sports Medicine, we know injuries. Tears, tweaks, pops, pulls, strains, sprains, and of course, breaks. Ow. We also know that no 2 injuries are alike, which is why at AHN Sports Medicine, we offer advanced surgical options and specialized sports performance physical therapy. At AHN, we see you. Call 412 Doctors to get expert care from AHN, the official medical provider of your Pittsburgh Pirates.
Tri-State Office Furniture offers great pricing, great selections, and great service. It's really a one-stop shop if you're looking to furnish maybe your office, your business, heck, even your house. I'm a big trust guy, and I trust owner Ed Meyer and team for any and all furniture needs. Right now, Tri-State warehouses are full of new and name brand pre-owned office furniture. Visit them online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call, 412-771-0760. That's 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
The Pirates are taking on the Phillies tonight here at Citizens Bank Park, and Joe Block, along with the Pirates manager, Donnie Kelly. And when I went to games as a kid, whoever I was with, the grown-up I was with, said, don't leave the game early. Well, apparently you didn't get that same advice, right?
No,
what happened last night?
I didn't get that same advice. But, you know, it was thought it was a turning point there in the game, and, you know, really just passionate and want to win and have the guys' backs. And I think that, you know, that emotion came out a little bit too much for the third base umpire, and we ended up not seeing the rest of the game outside.
Yeah, as it were. What happened in that inning? Very uncharacteristic. You know, teams get beaten sometimes. Guys get hit. But to see the walks, that's been unusual for the Pirates pen this year.
It has. You know, it's you know, something we talk about and we'll continue to talk about, and they've done a good job. That inning was, you know, we kind of struggled with it a little bit, and it was. I know Tommy was frustrated not making that catch there in left field. Just got to continue to go, and they did. You know, to be able to get in a situation in the ninth where they kept going and got Alvarado in the game with the chance to tie it up. You know, just that one of the good things that we can take out of that game was the way that we finished it.
Yeah, bringing the tying run to the plate in the ninth inning, entering the inning down 5, that's unusual, especially on the road. Earlier, the Pirates take a lead. It was Alexander Canario with a 3-run home run. And for him, I know he's not in there tonight, but he's been getting regular playing time. And do you think that's helped his bat at all?
I definitely do. The way that he stayed on that up and away heater last night at 92, felt like tonight the matchup with Wheeler was a little bit better for Solak. But AC has been doing a tremendous job. He's been playing really good defense, having great at-bats, and, couldn't be more proud of the way he's gone about it.
Yeah, that 3-run home run put the Pirates in the lead because Andrew Heaney gave you another good start. I mean, that's been a theme since you took over. 1 run over 5 innings for Heaney yesterday. And it really looked like he had to work through some of those hitters, but kept damage to a minimum in his outing.
No doubt. Ran into a little trouble earlier in the outing, got out of it, and then there in the 5th, made a pitch, and they got the soft base hit to left that scored the run, and then bases loaded, got Castellanos to fly out. 5 innings, 1 run against this team in that lineup. He did a great job.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he gets phased. I know he's been around a long time, but he can make pitches. Whatever he wants to do, a lot of the times he's able to do it. I think that's something that maybe can rub off on some of the other guys too.
Yeah, no doubt, and especially in those tight spots, where he's got traffic on the bases and finds ways to induce soft contact, ground ball, and even the strikeouts. He has that stuff and the ability to pitch and change his arm angle and his pitches. He's just a pro.
Yeah, as you see these younger guys, bigger arms, and it seems like we're seeing some guys coming after hitters a little bit more now too. How about Brian Reynolds? Got the day off yesterday. The team had a day off the day before. Do you think that helps reset him a little bit?
I hope so. Him unplugging a little bit, getting the day, and there's nobody that cares more than he does, and just the way that he goes about it. You just watch how he's competed through this. Yes, he hasn't swung the bat the way that he's capable of. He knows that, but he has run every ball out. He's continued to grind and show up every day, and that's a leadership quality that rubs off in the clubhouse as well.
Yeah, and he'll be back in there today. How about O'Neill Cruz? We saw him pinch hit at the end of the game, representing the tying run yesterday. How's he doing today?
He's doing a lot better. Every day has gotten better, and he was available yesterday. Got that pinch hit opportunity, and today he's back in there. Really excited to have him back.
How about Spencer Horwitz? This is a name that we remember hearing a lot about over the winter as the Pirates traded for him, but then because of injury, he had not been able to play until tonight. So what's he about? Give us a little preview of Spencer Horwitz.
Really excited to have Spence back, and great at bats, has shown some power, and he's really good over at first base too. So just excited to have him back, and really encouraging him to stay within himself. When you get hurt and sometimes you try to get the whole month and a half back in a week, and that can't happen. So just encouraging him to go out there, be himself, and do what he does best.
So Cruz is back, Reynolds is back, you get Horwitz today. Does that lengthen the lineup a little bit for you, give you some more options off the bench late in game 2?
Yeah, no doubt, and you really lengthening it out, guys that can work the count, square the ball up, and excited to see the offense tonight.
How about Carmen Mlodzinski? He's your starting pitcher. Why has he improved lately?
He has. I think getting after guys, getting ahead. We went, I think, 5 2/3 last time with 80-some pitches, and really just looking forward to him being out there and attacking hitters like he does.
Do you think him throwing the fastball more in that last start helped him?
I think so, and throwing strikes. He's got the different pitches that he can go to, and using that fastball, pitching off the fastball, but staying in the zone is a key.
What about Zach Wheeler tonight? He'll start for the Phillies. What makes him so tough?
Oh, man. He's been doing it for a long time. And that the heater, the pitch mix, the command, the experience that he has out there, and you put that all together, he's a really, really good starter.
Did you ever face him?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think he might have been like right at the
end.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, his beginning was near. Okay, I didn't know if it overlapped, but it was probably better off for you anyway.
Yeah. We probably wouldn't want to look up those stats if I did face him.
All right. I'll do you a favor and I'll look that up. Zach Wheeler, it's Carmen Majinski for the Pirates. Pirates and Phils tonight. Donnie, good luck. Thanks for some time as always.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
That's Pirates manager Donnie Kelly and Greg Brown and Matt Capps on the other side of this break right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
At AHN Sports Medicine, we know injuries. Tears, tweaks, pops, pulls, strains, sprains, and of course, breaks. Ow. We also know that no two injuries are alike, which is why at AHN Sports Medicine, we offer advanced surgical options and specialized sports performance physical therapy. At AHN, we see you. Call 412-DOCTORS to get expert care from AHN, the official medical provider of your Pittsburgh Pirates.
Step into your sneakers and head down to PNC Park for the 4th annual Pirates Charities Family Walk, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Join Pirates players and coaches on Saturday, May 24th for a unique experience at the best ballpark in America. All proceeds from this event will support mental health resources and programming in our community. Register early for special pricing and gifts from the Pirates. Kids and strollers are free, and be sure to stick around for a fun post-walk carnival. Register today at pirates.com/familywalk.
Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
Don Baker, the public address announcer on the field, a flyover.
And now,
Armed Forces
to
Day.
perform our national anthem, the United States Air Force Heritage Brass Band.
Well, that was special. Army helicopter flyover and the brass band on Armed Forces Day. Great job by the folks here in Philadelphia. Boy, they do a fabulous job with all their pregame ceremonies and honoring America as they have done here. We're going to check out a couple of final scores in Major League Baseball as we continue our pregame show. And some final scores are in, of course, plenty of action throughout the big leagues. But today, earlier this afternoon, the Cubs defeat the Chicago White Sox at Wrigley Field, making it 2 straight over the Pale Hose. And a 4-run second inning capped off by a 2-run single from Pete Crow Armstrong on a big night last night. Matthew Boyd was the winner, 6 innings, 3 runs, no walks, 8 strikeouts. Sean Burke suffered the loss. Dansby Swanson also hit a solo home run. And now the Cubs with the Major League leading 4 players with 10 or more home runs this season. The New York Mets get past the New York Yankees and even that series, the Subway Series, at a game apiece. Francisco Lindor had a 9th inning sacrifice fly that gave the Mets a 3-2 victory over the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Edwin Diaz earned his 10th save. Toronto Blue Jays were 2-1 winners over the Detroit Tigers. Spencer Torkelson hit his 12th home run of the year. And it was a late rally for the Blue Jays in their victory in walk-off fashion to defeat the Detroit Tigers. Ernie Clement, the hero in the 9th inning, hit a RBI single, and gave the Blue Jays their 12th comeback win of the season to tie up that series at a game apiece. And we'll keep you posted on the rest of the scores throughout this one as the Pirates look to even things up here in Philadelphia. That is our pregame show, once again presented by Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates, caring for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. We'll have the lineups next, and shortly the first pitch from Philly here on the Pirates Radio Network.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates fans, listen up. Did you know you can save on tickets all season long with our Giant Eagle Loyalty Card offer? Exclusively for Giant Eagle Loyalty Card holders, we're offering discounted tickets for lower and upper level seats at select home games all season long. Visit pirates.com/loyaltycard for details. That's pirates.com/loyaltycard. We'll see you at PNC Park. Let's go Bucks!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
When Ron was there with you, during the conversation you would have with Ron, at the end of every conversation, many times you would go, all right, Ron, and you would move on. My wife's granddaughters were with me, and every time they were here, they'd listen to the radio with you. And when they went home, they started saying this to their mother, all right, Ron. And nobody wanting to tell you this for months, and now the whole family's doing, all right, Ron, when they don't know what to say.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As the official bank of the Pirates, PNC Bank knows that baseball is thrilling, but even the less thrilling moments deserve our applause. Like that fan in the left field bleachers who refuses to do the wave. She came to see professional athletes, which makes this ballpark a place of business. So while everyone else is spilling drinks on their neighbors mid-action, she keeps her eye on the ball. A sound strategy for baseball and banking. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Tonight's game on the Pirates Radio Network being brought to you by Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates, by Valvoline, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, service you can see, experts you can trust. By Highmark, Highmark is proud to support the Pirates everywhere, from home plate to home away from home, because life. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. By Dynegy, powered by Vistra, official energy supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates and PNC Park. And by your neighborhood Ford store. Marco Baseball also brought to you by AHN, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates, caring for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. By Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. By PNC, PNC, brilliantly boring since 1865. By SeatGeek, the official marketplace of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by Coppers, protecting what matters, preserving the future. Future is now for the Bucks, trying to even this series. Greg Brown, along with Matt Capps. Gary Jeffries is our director in the booth. Tom DiTommaso is our producer at our flagship station. And right after we step aside for station identification, the Mad Capper is going to bring you the starting lineups. But first, we'll remind you, Thursday, the first of 4 with the Brewers. Pirates return home Monday against the Reds, then the Brewers are in. It's a 6:40 game. It's also a $1 dog day, a Sugardale $1 dog game. Enjoy $1 hot dogs throughout PNC Park. Thanks to Sugardale. Learn more at pirates.com/$dogs. We pause now on the Pirates Radio Network.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Thank you, Greg, and I'm going to do my best to read this in the Happy Capper voice for this ball game in Philadelphia today. Tonight's lineups are brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. Batting first for your Pittsburgh Pirates, led by manager Don Kelly, is O'Neal Cruz out in center field. He'll be followed by the DH, Andrew McCutchen. In the 3-hole back in the lineup tonight in right field is Brian Reynolds. Joey Bart is the cleanup hitter. He's behind the plate, batting fourth. Spencer Horowitz making his Pirates debut, bats fifth, plays first base. He'll be followed by Nick Solak out in left field, batting sixth. Ke'Bryan Hayes is your third baseman. He bats seventh. He'll be followed by the second baseman, Adam Frazier. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa rounds out the lineup. He bats ninth. He's playing shortstop. On the mound for the Pirates is the righty, Carmen Mlodzinski. He's 1-3 with a 5.20 ERA and coming off a really nice start at home against the Atlanta Braves. For the home Philadelphia Phillies, led by their manager, Rob Thompson. Batting first, playing second base is Bryson Stott. The shortstop, Trey Turner, bats second. He'll be followed by the first baseman, Bryce Harper, who's batting third. Kyle Schwarber's in the cleanup spot. He's the DH. Nick Castellanos is in right field. He bats fifth. Batting sixth, playing left field, is Max Kepler. Behind the plate, batting seventh, is JT Realmuto. Alec Boehm is 8-hole hitter. He's playing third base. And to round out the Phillies order, batting ninth, the center fielder, Brandon Marsh. On the mound tonight for the Phillies, the right-handed pitcher, Zach Wheeler. He's 4-1 with a 2.95 ERA. And he has gone 6+ innings in 8 of his 9 starts and 7 in his last 2. So the Pirates looking to change that here tonight. We'll be right back with that first pitch from Zach Wheeler right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Whether you're catching the game at home or at your favorite bar in the Berg, when summer vibes are strong and baseball season is in full swing, reach for the beer that's always right. IC Light Mango is 95 calories of juicy, bold refreshment that puts the party in watch party and will have you wanting more than just a Buccos win. IC Light Mango. Around here, it's always go time. Available any time of the year. Brewed by Pittsburgh brewing makers of Iron City and IC Light.
Operating engineers and mechanics play a critical role in the construction of our highways, bridges, pipelines, and buildings. At the Western PA Operating Engineers Joint Apprentice and Training Program, you'll receive free training at our state-of-the-art training center, plus receive job placement opportunities with comprehensive benefits. Start your journey on a rewarding lifelong career that's in demand. And earn while you learn. Visit WPAOperators.org to learn more and apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
First pitch of the game. A strike is called on O'Neill Cruz from Zach Wheeler. Cruz hitting .237 on the season with 8 home runs and 18 runs batted in. Got a pinch hit appearance in last night and struck out. Wheeler, his next offering is up. .237, 8 homers, 18 RBIs on the year for O'Neill Cruz. Been out for a while. There's a back tightness. Left-handed hitter, the righty Wheeler, the pitch, swing and a foul, just gets a piece of that curveball from Zach Wheeler, who's 4-1, 9 starts, 9th best ERA in the league at .295. And Cruz calls his timeout. 58 innings, second most in the league for Zach Wheeler. He's only walked 11 and struck out 74. He's one of the best in the business. The wind of the pitch and a strike 3 called. 98 miles an hour. Inner third of the plate. 1 up, 1 down.
That's a live arm out there on the mound for the Phillies and Zach Wheeler. You see 98 miles an hour. That's a sinking fastball, a 2-seam fastball. It goes fastball, curveball, heater again of the sinking variety. That's tough to cover. But he throws a lot of fastballs between the sinker and the 4-seamer. You see well over 50% hard stuff.
And now McCutchen swings and misses. High heat, 98 miles an hour. 84 degrees, sun shining here in the eastern part of the state. The Commonwealth Clash. McCutcheon hitting .254, 3 home runs, 14 runs driven in. And there's another pitch that's a strike called the upper part of the zone at 98. McCutcheon 1 for 4 with a run scored and a walk in last night's game. And now time is called as McCutcheon still standing in there and tapping the barrel of the bat at home plate, ready to go. Wheeler ahead of the count, 0-2. Winds and delivers. And this breaking ball outside the sweeper. This is badly outside. Bryan Reynolds is on deck. Wheeler ahead of the count, 1-2. Goes into the wind and the pitch outside.
It's pretty remarkable with Zach Wheeler when he goes to his off-speed stuff. It's all pretty much the same usage, 11-12% between the sweeper, the splitter, the cutter, and the curveball. So you're really looking hard for the fastball first and foremost. You're going to see that quite a bit, every other pitch at least, like I said. But then after that, flip a coin.
2-2, and there is that fastball. That is right down Broad Street at 98, fouled away by McCutcheon off to the right. Still 2-2 on Andrew McCutcheon. Pirates have their black jersey tops on today and the gray traveling pants. Pitch inside. The Phillies are in their home whites, pinstripes, and all teams are wearing the military style caps throughout Major League Baseball, part of Armed Forces weekend salute. Now the 3-2 pitch to McCutcheon, and he fouls it off. Good job by McCutcheon. That fastball in, almost off the plate, and he fouled it away. 3-2. Again, we mentioned that Wheeler has walked just 11 batters in over 58 innings. And another payoff pitch to McCutcheon, and a swing and a miss right down the middle again. 98. Back-to-back Ks for Zach Wheeler.
Well, that just goes to show you the life on Zach Wheeler's fastball. 98 certainly is plenty hard, but center cut against Andrew McCutcheon. Just can't catch up to it. He's got a little bit of help with some shadows out here at Citizens Bank Park here with a 6:05 start. That ball jumps out of his hand.
Here's Bryan Reynolds off the last 2 days. Takes a pitch inside. Reynolds was not in the game last night. And of course, the Pirates had a day off on Wednesday. A struggling Bryan Reynolds. Really the longest slump of his career as he takes a pitch inside. 98 missing. Bryan Reynolds enters today's action hitless in 21 consecutive at-bats. He has 2 hits in his last 46 ABs. This ball's fouled off to the left, out of play. Another fastball. And that has dropped his batting average for the season down to 194. He has 5 homers, 20 RBIs. Wheeler with a 2-1 pitch, and Reynolds lays off, takes inside. We're looking, as we always do when a player's in a big-time slump, for any positive signs, and for what it's worth, he has not been jumpy at all. He's very relaxed at the plate right now. 3-1 pitch and a swing and a miss. He, of course,
goes
splitter.
3-1.
Yeah,
that's a fastball count. 3-1 like that.
Thanks very much.
And then you get the split finger from Zach Wheeler that comes in at 89. I mean,
jeez,
9-10 miles an hour slower than the heater, and in the strike zone. It wasn't a split down below. It was in the strike zone, a competitive pitch.
So now it's 3-2 as Reynolds called time. Step back in there, of course, batting left-handed. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Zach Wheeler, the wind and the payoff pitch. And it's fouled off to the left, out of play. That was the fastball at 99 miles an hour from Wheeler, whose last start against Cleveland went 7 shutout innings, 3 hits, walked 2, struck out 8 Guardian batters. He's on a 3-game winning streak, Zach Wheeler. And now another 3-2 pitch. And it's ball 4. Reynolds might have caught a break. It looked like it perhaps hit the bottom of the zone, another splitter. And Reynolds draws the 2-out walk and brings up Joey Bart.
Well, if nothing else, with a couple of foul balls from Andrew McCutcheon and then Bryan Reynolds, a couple of good at-bats, and they kind of grind it out. Reynolds able to win that one. We're getting Zach Wheeler's pitch count. He's going to be over 20 here in the first inning with the first pitch to Joey Bart.
And here it comes. And Bart looks at a strike inside corner. Bart is 1 for 4 in his career versus Zach Wheeler. Reynolds 2 for 10. McCutchen 4 for 20, 200 lifetime batting average against him. Here's the pitch, and that is up. 1 ball, 1 strike, the sweeper. After that fastball was a called strike. Bart, 280 average, a homer, 10 runs batted in. He went 1 for 4 last night, and also lined out to left. Reynolds is at first base. Harper holds him on. Here's the pitch. Bart chops this toward third, and it's Bohm over by the bag, and Bohm throws it across the diamond to get Bart, and the Pirates leave a man. Half inning in Philadelphia, Pirates nothing. Phillies coming to bat on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
Baseball fans, meet Pays, an online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Pays, checking out is fast and convenient because eligible cards appear in one place, ready to use. When you order game day food delivery, your team's latest jersey, or just a pillow to cry into. Using Pays gives you added security too, because actual card numbers aren't shared with merchants. Find out if your bank or credit union offers Pays today at Pays.com. That's PAZE.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Great hitting, pitching, base running, and fielding are the ingredients of a winning team. For every other ingredient, Pirates fans trust Giant Eagle and Market District. They know their neighborhood grocery store is loaded with fresh, quality food and everyday value. Plus, with convenient curbside pickup and home delivery, high-quality products from our family of brands and epic MyPerks rewards, Giant Eagle and Market District give Pirates fans more ways to score every time they shop. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Food insecurity is something nobody should experience. That's why Edgar Snyder and Associates will donate $50 to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank for every Pirates double play this season. To learn more and see how you can help double down on food insecurity, visit EdgarSnyder.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
To the bottom of the first inning here in Philadelphia, and Carmen Mlodzinski is on the mound for Pittsburgh. Pirates do not score in the top of the first. Mlodzinski is 1-3 in 8 starts, a 5.20 ERA, but a 1.93 lifetime earned run average against the Phillies. As a reliever, he faces Bryson Stott to begin his night. Stott leading off, and a left-hand batter. Rob Thompson, the skipper of the Phillies, rested his lefty batters last night against the southpaw Andrew Heaney. So Stott, Brandon Marsh, Max Kepler, they're all in tonight's lineup. Stott is hitting .258 with 3 home runs and 21 ribbies.
And Carmen's coming off a great start against the Atlanta Braves at home when he went 5 2/3, the longest he's gone in his career as a starter.
Here's the pitch, and a first pitch strike.
Certainly looking to build off that momentum. And one thing we saw out of Carmen in that start against Atlanta was him pitching a lot with his fastball, throwing his breaking balls off of the heater. See if that continues here tonight.
That first pitch fastball. This next